Do, do. Late show was good, bro. Man, we're gonna get it cracking, man. Let these people get up in there, man. Black African power, man. Late show was good, bro. Man, we're gonna get it cracking, man. Let these people get up in there, man. Black African power, man. Show was good, bro. Let the building fill up a little bit, man. We can go ahead and get it going. Yeah, man. Get it cracking up in here. Computer moving a little slow, man. It's already off all this stuff together, man. See if we can get a little crowd going. Get a little read on, get a little fire in a hole going. What's up, Marcus Sharp, man? Black African Power, bro. Yeah, get our groove on a little bit tonight, man. People's get up in there, man. So we can really get this show going, get the fun going. Get it cracking a little bit, man. Rock City, New York, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna get it thumping. Show moving on the road. So I know we got the library here, the whole library. Trying to figure out what I want to pull from tonight. Black African Power, I see you. Mr. Rich was good, man. Joey Breeze. Rebel. The Sounds, what's up? Black African Power, man. Ah, man, a couple days, bro. Get it right to you, man. Quick turnaround, yo. Yep, absolutely. Quick turnaround, get your money back. Jephthah, it's good. Man, gonna get it cracking up here, man. Some real black atheist style, man. Shout out to all the atheists, man. Oh, y'all, shout out to everybody that got enough heart, yo, to go against the whole tradition. Big up to you. Big up to the groundbreaking thinkers. Rob Rich. All right, I see y'all coming in the building, man. I'm gonna let y'all get in the building, man. You know, we can't even really get started. At least get 50 up in here. Ain't no need even doing it, man. Go through the library. Let's see what we got here, man. What we got here, man. What we got here, man. How we gonna do this? How we wanna do this, man? Yeah, the world seems to be moving real quick, man. It's been moving fast, but the technology has sped it up. The way we see stuff, crazy. Real crazy, yo. We still got people, like in the title, living like the Flintstones. I see you tell. He said he's a blackologist. Blackologist. Yeah, we're gonna kick it off. Get some people up in here, man. Get it going, man. Robert Parrish. Be more up in here, man. Yeah. Up in the building. Up in the building. Blackologist. Nothing wrong with being a blackologist, man. Gotta be measured with it, though. All right? Can't let it overthrow the science. If your black algae is overthrowing your science, then your black algae has overthrown you. Like, why throw away the tool? Why throw away the tool? Why throw away the tool? Yeah, we got a lot of things to talk about, man. We got the COVID to talk about, man, a little bit. We got, it's crazy how people just running around. Y'all got your home test, man? Y'all got your at-home COVID test? Hope so. Quick. You know, I lost one of my earphones, man. That's crazy, bro. Crazy in the bazillion. Come on now, where y'all at? Man, get it cracking a little bit, man. Late on this Friday. Little late, but we're gonna get it rocking, man. We definitely gonna get it rocking. We're gonna get it going. Man, y'all know how it is, man. My computer was slow as hell, man. Dang. Telling you it's moving slow. Yeah, man, hit that like button, man. Hit that subscribe button. What it do? Thurman, I see you. What it do? What it do? What it do? Where all my space age Africans at, man? All right, shut up. Don't stop showing up for shows ain't got no wrench. Shit. Or you Captain Saver Pseudo. Stop being Captain Saver Pseudo. Yeah, social man. If you wasn't Captain Saver Pseudo, boy. Yeah. I wonder if that part of our genetic makeup to save people, especially when they pseudo. Funny. Now, social, you got the power. Yeah. What's going on with you? Psychological shackle. Breaker. Baby had long. George Parker. Peace to you, brother. Peace to you. Yeah, we got a lot of a lot of stuff to cover tonight, man. Want to kind of talk about sacrifices a little bit. Get that going. Got some things pulled up for y'all, man. Yeah, we're gonna get something nice and clean up in there. Yeah, Black Power. Kim DC. Kenneth, did I say that right? Kent DC. Probably said it wrong, yo. I see we got some pseudo killers in the building, man. Chef and L, man. Sosa. King Sosa. Yeah, man, we've been having some real good shows over there at the pseudo killers, man. Yeah. And some good shows here, man. It's, it's right there for us, man. We right there. We just want to build up our audience, man. Too Smooth 71, man. I'm letting y'all come in the building, man. I know y'all gonna be in here. Yeah, y'all support real well, man. Hey, make sure y'all support Abs you wear, man. Got them No Religion shirts, man. Coming out with that scientific line too. Probably break that out tomorrow. All right. Got their work for real. Hey, if y'all get a chance, man, cop this, man. It's pretty good, man. The people, they say people watering grains, the beginning of the domestication in the Sahara in the Nile Valley. It's a good rock right here. Whenever we get them hardbacks, man, nice crispy hardback. Yeah, y'all be looking for my project I got coming out. It's coming. Been working on it maybe about 3 years. I actually got 2 projects coming out. All right. So we're looking at about 4 years and 2 years on this last one. All right. It's gonna be real crispy. The book gonna be real right. You ain't gonna be able to plug my shit in no daggone plagiarizing tool. Start talking that. What you is gonna do is you're gonna get a real smooth, well-written piece of work. Taking my time, making sure it's right. I can't produce a conscious community book. I'm not gonna be able to do that. Yeah, that wouldn't be beneficial for me, real crispy. I'm gonna have that website soon. Have an author's website, everything where you can purchase the book. And I'm gonna have some books here, and I'm gonna, give out some books. We're just gonna have some fun, man. But yeah, y'all keep the studies together, keep it up. I think it's real important for us to continue to do what we do. I think we're making some headway. Got a lot of nuts around us. A lot of people shooting at us. You know what I'm saying? But wait, we in that tank, so it don't necessarily matter when you're in that tank, though. We're in that tank, that scientifically literate tank, man. It's a good place to be. Just don't get out the tank. Don't get out the tank, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Bobby Banger channel too. Let me see if I can drop that link in there. Man, just keep supporting, man. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing. We're gonna run here for about maybe 45 minutes, man. Half an hour, open it up. Keep that fire going. Gotta keep that fire going. And yeah, I'm just sitting back thinking, man, I'm sitting back cruising, and the bros put the man, shout out to all the pseudo killers, man. Yeah, shout out to them. Man, Kent, Corey, Cosmic Corey, Clark Kent, Brendan, Cheffanel, King Sosa. Who else we got? That's 4, right? Vance, that's 5. What else we got? Cedric, that's 6. Let's see who else we got. What else we got? Call me on my phone, man. What else we got? Hey, man, what them Ravens gonna do? Lamar gonna get a whole lot of money. That's what they're gonna do. Gonna break the whole damn team. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. Truth, that's 8. What else we got? Let's see what we got in the chat, man. All right, y'all getting up in the building, man. I need to cut that off. God dang. Got my thing set up, man. Almost at 40. Almost at 40. Black Basketball Channel, Zen Master. Boy, I heard you acting a fool. Oh, man, I heard y'all got it in, though. Wow. Yeah, man, thanks for that support over here, man. Man, make sure y'all support the Black Basketball Channel, man. Gullah Geechee 92, I see you. James, was good with you? Modest. Let me see here. Malcolm, it's 9. Yeah. Yeah, man. Pseudo Killers official, man. We always looking for a few good men and women too, man. Dr. Mayat, it's 10. Yep. Hey, shout out to my main man, Magi Arches, man. He be keeping it real. He hit you with the respect game will get flames. Yeah. Shout out to all my haters. You know, for all those free commercials they give me, man. Big up to the haters, man. If you ain't got them hating and making videos about you, you ain't doing nothing. When they stop making videos about you, you ain't shaking this bitch up enough. That's real. Hey, man, for all y'all that, you know, got jobs or got businesses, man, or just like to chill, you know, get your button downs, man, you know, all colors, man. You know what I'm saying? Saw joints. You know how we do it, yo. You know. Yeah, man. Put your order in, man. It's gonna be there, man. Absolutely. Quick turnaround time. What, 3-4 days? It's coming. Yeah, it's coming. Set your clock by it. It's definitely coming. Yeah, we're gonna have some scientific literary gear coming right through. Nice t-shirts. Man, it was hot as hell today. Boy, was it? Was it? Boy, we at 40. We at 40. Yeah. All right, we cracking. Hey, I remember I did a Real Black Atheist show on the Power Rangers. I'm gonna find that, man, and run that. Straight run that, man. I'm gonna find that and run that. The Go Power Rangers, man. 42, we getting there, man. Almost. Almost in the building, man. Man, what y'all reading on out there? You know, I stay reading, getting the fresh journals, man. The guy on here, correspondence. Correspondence neutralized under SARS-CoV-2 Omicron BA4/5 and BA 2.12.1 subvariants. Watch out for the monkeypox too. Association between COVID-19 vaccination and influenza vaccination rates. Protection against SARS-CoV-2 after vaccination and previous infection. Yeah, that's all right here in this version right here. Yeah, easy read too, man. That's why I like the New England Journal of Medicine, man. They put this shit together real easy reads, man. Yeah. Real easy reads. Got a nice website too. Yeah, but like I said, man, you gotta be strong. What's up, Mike Shabazz 7? You gotta be strong to be around a bunch of believers, man. They'll always make you the outlier, and they always make you out like you lying. Crazy, right? So yeah, y'all see the title, man. We at 45. We creeping. We creep. Why is we creeping, man? Who else rocking, man? Why is we creeping, man? Man, shout out to all the young brothers, man. All the young brothers, man. You know, come get this. All the young brothers, man. All the young sisters. Come get this. Come get what we got, man. Come get what we got, man. It's about balancing off everything, man. Y'all remember when y'all first started getting out of Christianity and all that, and Islam and Judaism, and you wanted to just go tell everybody. I remember I had this chick, yo, fire. She was about five. Bang. Dark to brown, you know what I'm saying? Fine, right? And I was trying to tell her about this new information I had. And I probably was stumbling and stammering all over it and shit. And she was like, look, man, holler at me when you get it together. So listen, don't run out there, man, and start talking when you start getting it and it start clicking a little bit, man. Don't run out there, man. Shorty was like, man, holler at me, because it seemed like you ain't got it together yet. That was crazy. She sit there, she listened for a minute. She was like, but look, check this out. Holler at me when you get it together, because it seemed like you ain't got it together yet. Wow. Hey, we're at 47, man. We about to kick this thing off, man. You know, we kick it off at 50. That's the magic number, man. Hey, like and share the show, man. Y'all ain't liking the show. Okay, we got 41 likes, man. Appreciate that, man. Man, appreciate everybody with the heart. The Priest King. Rest in peace, Pan-Africanism. Shout out to the Priest King, man. He in here. He in here. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully, man, another week, man, I'm gonna have a stick up, man, on. Might do that interview over there on the Pseudo Killers channel, man. My man from Baltimore, man. I'm gonna start bringing some of these dudes through. Well, I see you, Jelon, the Juju. Hey, Juju, don't be blocking nobody up. Ain't no block parties over here, man. You gotta cuss. You gotta really get real funky to get blocked over here, yo. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We welcome everybody to the building. Welcome everybody to the building. Going to talk a little bit about dying and how we get to the point of religion and the whole mystery, the whole thing. And see, that's the dividing line right there. And when you talk about somebody dying, right, you actually talk about human beings can't even see their own death. That's why some people are slapped crazy. Right now, in the middle of a pandemic, you still got people talking slap crazy because they don't believe it can happen to them. Got a good friend, it happened to them. They got it, right? And for everybody that's vaccinated and got vaccinated early on, man, you're out of bullets. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep up with your shots. A lot of times people think that, you know, the perception is, yo, why I gotta keep taking that shot? Now, they convince you to get the first shot, and I was able to convince a lot of people, right? What's up? Let me see who we got there. 902 times 91. Venice. Yeah, hit that like button. So, you know, we can convince a lot of people, not a lot of people, right? But you can convince people to get that first, you know, that first shot. And you know, the first shot actually consists of 2 rounds, right? First and the second, right? All right, we got 3. But that daggone booster, hell no, hell no. Eat the hell no, not the booster. Not the booster. People ain't trying to get the booster. Why I gotta get another shot? Come on, I got that shot. And people have a false sense of security with that first shot, right? And you know, like we say over here, man, you can't think you're gonna be able to make up the gap in education to determine whether you should or should not take that goddamn booster. Man, get your boosters, man. Hey, look, 51 in the building, man. Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killer in the house. And I'm coming to do what I got to do. And I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Real black atheism is on the rise. Yeah, what's up, family, man? What it do? What it do? What it do, man? Shout out to all the supporters, man. We got 54,000 in the building, man. Appreciating everybody, man. Appreciating the support. Appreciate the people that's hitting the stores up, man. You know, this thing over here ain't monetized, man. So, you know what I mean? You know, just supporting the store means something, man. Hit that Cash App too if you feeling it. You know what I'm saying? Just appreciate all the support, man. Appreciate the people that be supporting. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate all that. And, you know, hey, it's a lovely, lovely day, man. Appreciate the pseudo killers, man. We might fight like cats dogs, man, but I appreciate that goddamn arena. Gladiators. Better be a gladiator dealing with me because I'm always coming. I ain't stopping. This ain't fighting. This is about right here. And as long as you eating the right things, right, exercising that brain, you're going to be able to stay sharp. Yeah, we tighten up our glasses over here is what we do. So, you know, we talk about the early stages of religion, the early stages of creativity, all right? And I talk about all the time, the imagination, the imaginative mind. They suppose that around 160,000 years, this is where these first cognitive skills actually take place, all right? But of course, you know, everything is tentative in science because you can always find something more older or something that's more clear. And at any moment, yo, we're ready to change our mind and stay with that available information. I think it's important when we talk in scientific literacy about anything, is remember, it's counterintuitive. You know what I'm saying? Meaning it don't seem like that's what it's supposed to be. So getting that damn boost, you be like, I just got it. And then you be thinking, well, what are they giving me? In actuality, they're not giving you anything, right? They're actually giving you a booster, not to boost your immune system, but to actually, it wears out over time, right? And it's actually boosting your immunity up, not your immunity system, but you're like your immunity because it wanes over time. And depending on the type of viruses and depending on the type of vaccines, right? They understand when something is starting to wear out. Like your kids, when you take them to school, you know, a lot of times they got to get boosters and certain things. And then like the smallpox vaccine and stuff like that, that's, you know what I mean? That's pretty much lifetime, pretty much, right? And so if you was in the military in the service and you got that smallpox vaccine, you may have some coverage for that monkeypox. All right, man. All right, they working on to see if that's the case, right? Because the pox family, the Viola virus, that monkeypox might be close to it, right? But yeah, we want to kind of get into talked about cognitive thinking, 160,000 Pinnacle Point. Y'all can look it up. As soon as I get my passport, what I want to do is I want to start going to South Africa. That's where I'm going at. I'm going to South Africa because that's where the crucible of culture is. It's right there. Yeah, I can fly by all the religions and get right there. I can fly by Kemet. I can fly by all that. And that's always been my strong point. And I just would like to take some African Americans to the place where Homo sapiens sapien, the African variety, actually saved humanity. There's some cave systems there that we need to see, right? Go to a nice resort. We ain't hanging outside. We ain't doing no camping. I ain't doing it. I ain't gonna be able to camp. I camps in the United States. Now, if you're looking for the, to hang out with the natives, then this might not be the trip for you. We want to catch some museums. We want to catch some of the cave systems. You know what I'm saying? We want to deal with some of the locals, but we ain't hanging outside like that. That ain't what we doing. If that's what you're looking for, I ain't gonna be able to do it. I ain't going that far to be outside like that. Of course, you're gonna be outside. But y'all know what I mean. You know what I'm saying, man. Right. So human beings been doing their thing for a while. And the mystery around death and the burial practices is what separate different cultures. But one thing is for sure, it's sacrifices. But the monotheistic religions, they'll try to play you. They'll try to make it seem like you're a barbarian. Why? How dare you? Why are you doing this? The pagans were sacrificing people, right? Pagans was doing it, okay? Heathens. But in their own story, they do the same thing. And let me come right to their story. All right, let's start right there. Let's start with the young dudes. Let's start right there. Let me show you right there in their story. All right. Right there in monotheism. All right. Jephthah. I'm saying that right? Jephthah. Book of Judges. All right. So Jephthah, he had the battle. All right. He led the Israelites in the battle against Ammon. I think it was like an ancient Semitic tribe or something like that. They always get beat up. But this time, right? Let me see. Let me find it right here. So Jephthah, in exchange for defeating the Amorites, made a vow to sacrifice whatever would come out of the door. That's nuts. God, whatever come out the door, I'm gonna offer it up. Burnt offerings to you. Out their mind, that's funny. Actually did that according to what they saying. All right. Now I'm at this Wikipedia article real quick, right? I'm gonna drop it in the chat for y'all. And then we're gonna go to their holy book. Right? I don't say the sacred book because sacred cultures make things sacred. So around here we want to stay the chronology, because I think if I can get people to understand chronology, time and space, chronology, geography, time, space, area, geography, understand these things, you can kind of get what's playing in your head, because there's a band playing in your head that wants you to believe that. My man Assad was trying to get us the other day, boy. My, oh my. He was definitely trying to get us. And Pep, I see you. Let me freeze that for a minute, man. I was, the bros put a daggone thing in the chat, and it popped up, it was said. He over there talking about the All Max is real. I said, damn. Well, I'm glad I got out that site for you when I did. Over there promoting that the All Max came all the way from Africa by way, but like how? It's funny. At least he be trying to use some journals these days. I don't know how he misconstrued that, but that's crazy. Funny. Yeah, that's funny, man. Pat, peace. We know what it is. Got 60,000 in the building, man. We climbing the charts like a hit record. We climbing. Yeah, so yeah. Sometimes I like to check out my enemies. And I'm saying enemies in the scholarship. Friendships that was forged and was broken based off of the way we see things, based off of reality. Because see, reality will tell you, right? Some people just don't deserve to fuck with you. Some people lose their spots, right? They lose their spots. And we should never hold on to friendships that are no longer beneficial. It makes no sense, right? If somebody is always taking, and you always giving, man, get out of that. Get out of that. You know, like, man, just let that be a beacon in your life that when friendships sour. Now, they don't got to be a nasty breakup. It ain't got to be all that. But the reality is, man, you know, friendships should mean something. And when they change, then the way you see it should change. At least I do. But I'm not a hater. I'm a participator. How about that? So yeah, let's get back. Let's get back to Jeff. All right. So Jeffy, and I put that in the thing for you. Hey, moderators, man, make sure y'all pushing the store in there. So we're gonna go to the divine scriptures, right? We're gonna go to Judges 11:30. Judges 11:30. All right. Y'all know I use Blue Letter Bible because you can go in there and you can get the translation or the transliteration of the words, and you can actually see what's going on. So we in Judges 11:30, right? And we talked about sacrifices, right? And we kind of preface it by saying that people are trying to downplay ancient religions, but yet Hebrew tradition is just modified ancient religions. Now, when I talk about ancient, you got to at least be 5,000 going in this direction. At least they want to say 3,400 ancient Egyptians, right? 3,500 Mesopotamia. No, but I like to be at Naphtali and go in that direction when we start talking about ancient. I like the Sahara, right? For those ancient cultures. That's when I start saying ancient. Okay? But trust me, Nubia, Mesopotamia, that shit's old. All right, you talking 5,000 years? Yeah, that's old, right? But when I'm saying my ancient, but let me show you how the Hebrew traditions are still feeding the gods, right? Feeding the gods. So it said, Judges 11:30. Watch this. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, if you will indeed hand over to me the sons of Ammon, all right? So he's talking to this God, right? And he's saying, man, if you hand over to me the sons of Ammon, what is it? What would he do? Okay? 11:31. Watch this. Then whatever comes out the door of my house to meet me when I return safely from the sons of Ammon, it shall be the Lord's, and I will offer it up as burnt offerings. Man, so what's a burnt offering? Let's see. Burnt offering in Judaism is a form of sacrifice first described in the Hebrew Bible as a tribute to God. A burnt offering was entirely burnt on the altar. Oh, let's run it back. And I wonder what's going to come out that house when Jephthah come back, that he going to put on the altar and burn. And I want y'all to get this now, right? I want y'all to get clearly how this is going down. Get the picture, put it in your mind, figure out what a burnt offering is. A burnt offering in Judaism is a form of sacrifice first described in the Hebrew Bible as a tribute of God. A burnt offering was entirely burnt on the altar. This is in contrast to other forms of sacrifice, right? Which was partly burnt and most of it eaten in communion as a sacrificial meal. There you go, burnt offering. Man. Let me share the screen here. All right, put that little thing on there, little code on there. You put that code on there now, right? Put the code on there. Put the code on there. Yeah, there you go, man. You can put your phones up there, man. Get the code right there and save that to your Real Black Atheist folder. Say that to your pseudo killer folder. All right. How long I've been on here, man? Because I wanna do like a good quick half an hour and open up the panel for everybody, man. See if the bros out there lurking. They know they out there lurking. Want to bring the bros on, bring the sisters on, man. You know, bring the everyday supporters on. We're gonna talk about this early religion, right? And then you start to ask yourself, well, that's interesting, that burnt offering. By now, y'all should have that code. Put your phone up there, man. Use that technology, man. Okay, let's move forward. Let's moving on. Moving to the Blue Letter Bible. Moving quickly. 1131, we talked about it, right? God, you know, this God, right, is needing, you know, you can make promises to him. I want y'all to catch this. You can talk to God and make promises to him, and he will appease you, right, for burnt offerings. Is this real? Is this live? Is this Memorex? What is this? Well, those who study religion, we clearly understand custom and traditions. So this is a custom. Watch this. Now we can talk about area. What area are we at? All right, we're in that biblical area, the biblical area. Okay, Middle East. We want to say about the Middle East. We're in that area. All right. Tigris, Euphrates, to where you know where the Israelites are, Red Sea, kind of those areas right there, right? So this God, watch this, when whatever comes out the doors of my house to meet me when I return safely from the sons of Ammon, it shall be the Lord's, and I will offer it up as burnt offerings. Am I reading that right? Let's see. He inflicted a very great defeat on them from Oror to the entrance of Minith, 20 cities, and as far as Elbochrim. What the hell is that? Abel Karanin. So the sons of Ammon were subdued before the sons of Israel. Oh, man. So God did that. Now you got to pay that price now. Listen to what I'm saying. Take your time, hear what I'm talking about. This is very interesting. And even if it's just mythology, right? Because we know it's mythology, okay? So they talking to you. We know ain't nobody popping, sticking their head through the clouds like the Zariac be saying, sticking their head through the cloud, talking to them. We know that ain't happening. But what we do know is they're actually doing sacrifices, though. We know this to be true. We know. It says, 1134, but Jephthah came to his house at Mizpah. And behold, look at that favorite word, behold, his daughter was coming out to meet him. Man. Tamarines. You know what I'm saying? She jamming. Dad just came in. Dad just sold your ass down the river, shorty. He sold you down the river because what the hell he thought was gonna come out of his house? You know what I'm saying? Like when they all hear the army is coming back. You know, picture this. You know, all major wars when the troops coming back, everybody's coming out their house. What did he think was gonna come out the house? Wow. See, it's wow. See, when you start to read it like this and take your time, right? Time periods, yeah, putting it in this proper context, you start to say, wow. Yeah. Tamarines and with dancing. She rocking. Watch this. And she was his one and only child. Oh man. Why? See, we always got the only begottenness, the one child, the virgin, right? Why? That's gonna pop up. This is tradition here. See, this is what Jabbar and them not gonna be able to get around. Because once you understand custom and traditions, they're gonna give you a cue of who you're talking about. Virgins, why are virgins so important? There's reasons behind that. Purity, right? The virgin birth, purity. So that means in Christianity, they felt there was something filthy about sexuality. Because Jesus had to be born of a virgin. Let me get back to the story here. And she was his one and only child. Besides her, he had no son or daughter. Ah, man. Boy, I'd be like, look, God, I messed that up, bro. I ain't mean it. I ain't gonna be able to do it, bro. Take me. All right, let's see. Let's keep going. So when he saw her, he tore his clothes. Some Charlton Heston bullshit. He tore his clothes and said, oh, my daughter, you have brought me disaster. Let me see. Oh, my daughter, you have brought me disaster. No, you brought yourself disaster by talking to some alien, because it's got to be an alien that needs some kind of burnt sacrifice. So either I'm delusional or they delusional. So he looking in the sky, right? Talking to a voice, okay? And if you let me win, I'm gonna give you a burnt offering. Wow. This is mental at this point. Remember, he's a human being. We know there's no such thing as ghosts. We know ain't nothing popping in here through the clouds, right? He don't like people do today. And God gonna make me strong. We gonna be all right. Just like the preacher be talking, Lord help me out right now. Same way I'm doing that. Lord help me. God, please. You know what I'm saying? My life on the line. I remember being, I'm saying, God, if you get me through this time, man, I ain't gonna do it no more. I remember them days. But wasn't nobody popping up. So he doing that and offering up his daughter. Or offering up the first thing that comes out of his house. He's having a mental conversation. He's not talking to a real person. He's not talking to nothing. We know this. But what we do know is they have rituals, they have customs, they have sacrifices, and they traditions. This is what we know. We do know that to be the truth. Oh, watch this. He started blaming her. I blame the woman. My daughter, you have brought me disaster, and you are amongst those who trouble me, for I have given my word to the Lord, and I cannot take it back. Yes, you can, because you're just talking. You're just talking. You ain't talking to nobody for real. You talking. How you just change it up. I ain't really mean it. I wasn't saying the first thing. I was saying the second thing that came out of the house. I wasn't really, that ain't what I ain't say that. You at least have to do that for your daughter. I ain't mean that. I was saying the first thing that was almost coming out. She dancing. I wasn't talking about somebody dancing and playing tamarines. I was saying the first thing came out the house, quiet, not making no noise. You know how we could do it. We can make it right. Crazy. So she said to him, my father, you have given your word to the Lord. The Hebrews says, wow. Do to me just as you have said, since the Lord has brought you vengeance. I said, yeah, vengeance on your enemies, the sons of Ammon. She said to her father, let this thing be done for me. Allow me 2 months. Nigga, give me 2 months at least. Give me 2 months. So what do you say? Sure, God, can I get 2 months? Yes, you can, my son. The whole thing is bananas. And so when you talking to your people, you bring them the story, you gotta animate the damn thing, because once you animate it, the people you talking to, this real religious, right? They looking saying, dang, most Christians don't even know this exists. We give you firepower. Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas dinner, after everybody ate and start talking crazy, having fun. You know, it's always that moment when the Christians and the Muslims clash with the atheists. Yeah, I'm saying, y'all know how I get down. You know how the fun part comes in. You break out. Doesn't say, so are y'all sacrificing? Anyway, give me 2 months so that I may go into the mountains and weep because of my virginity. There you go. The version. Always the version. And I and my friends. She want to go to the mountains and weep because she ain't seen no man. She's saying, damn, I ain't even get none. That's gonna. It seems like she be crying because she about to die and get burnt up. Remember, it's a burnt offering. Forgot to say that. I'm gonna set her ass to fire. When he said go, so he left her, go for 2 months, and she left with her friends and wept on the mountains because of her virginity. And at the end of 2 months, she returned to her father, who did to her what he had vowed, put on the altar, burnt offering. And she had no relations with a man. She was a virgin. Remember, she got the state period, right? And it became a custom of Israel. What became a custom of Israel? That making promises to the Lord, burnt offerings, burning your daughter out. Judges 11:40. That the daughters of Israel went annually to commemorate the daughter of Jephthah, the Jelielite, for 4 days in the year. Validate, I'm saying that right, for 4 days of the year. Really? This is what they want us to mess with and believe? Now I see why the Hebrew Israelites walking around don't do none of that. Or maybe they secretly snatching up people doing that, huh? Because this is a powerful book, and you know they be hyped up, so everybody watch their back. I found this to be very, very interesting. So the Hebrew Israelites, this being the Hebrew Israelites, ain't really being the Hebrew Israelites because they ain't putting up no burnt offerings. Wow. Hey, man, make sure y'all support Abjuware, man. Let me look at the time. Where we at? Because that's interesting right there. I find that to be very, 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 very interesting, man. Well, we at that 70 number. At that 70, I see you, Vanilla Scoop. Vanilla Scoop. Okay. So now, Egyptian Mania think they're going to get off the hook. Nope. Let's come right here. Real quick. Real fast. Boom. So the Israelites, you call them the Hebrews, but in the Bible, you will not find another Hebrew calling an Israelite or Hebrew. You will only find a foreigner call an Israelite or Hebrew in the Bible. Look it up. Human sacrifice. Human sacrifice is the act of killing one or more humans as part of a ritual, which is usually intended to please, watch this, or appease gods. There you go. There you have it. It's the ad text gods. There you go. A human ruler and an authoritative priestly figure or spirits of the dead ancestors and or as a retainer sacrifice. Remember that. Whereas the monarch's servants are killed in order for them to continue to serve their masters in the next life. Man, they was really thinking that. Closely related practices found in some tribal societies are cannibalism and head hunting. Human sacrifice were practiced in many human societies, beginning in the prehistoric times. By the Iron Age, the first millennium BCE, with the association and development in religion, human sacrifice was becoming less common throughout Africa, Europe, Asia, and came to be looked down upon as barbaric during classical antiquity. In the Americas, however, human sacrifice continued to be practiced by some to varying degree until the European colonization of the Americas. Today, human sacrifice has become extremely rare, but it's still going down. But I want to say right here, which is important and essential, right, for the real Black atheist, is that to appease the gods, human rulers, authority, priestly figures, and spirits. Ain't no damn spirits, but it sure as hell got priests, and we sure as hell got human rulers, and we sure as hell, now ain't no damn gods, but yeah, that's your imagination. So you actually ritual sacrificing for imagination right here. You going super hard right here. You got to go too. Everybody got to go. When the king go, when the monarch go, you got to go too. Gotta go. Gotta go. You gotta go. Well, let's see. I'm gonna wrap it up and give out the link. So now here we go. Ancient Egyptian retainer sacrifices. Remember I said, remember the word retainer sacrifices? This is essential in understanding who the Egyptians are. I'm gonna say this again. The way you do your retainer sacrifices is the way you understand who the Egyptians are and who they're closely related to. This is their deep African roots. The retainer sacrifices, steeped in deaf traditions. Ancient Egyptian retainer sacrifices is the type of human sacrifice, back then again, in which the pharaohs and occasionally other high court nobility would have servants killed after the pharaoh's death to continue to serve him in the afterlife. It says, in Egypt, the retainer sacrifices only existed during the first dynasty from about 3100 BCE to 2200 BCE, slowly dwindling and eventually dying out. Reason for retainer sacrifices. Some will say there is no reason to do that, but that's not proper. We're talking about a mindset, and you can never place your 2022 mindset on a 1300 BCE, on a 2200 BCE group of people. It just wouldn't make sense to do that. But for you to do that today, for you to pull off them type of sacrifices, watch this, period, for you to even act like you doing that religion, you living like the goddamn Flintstones. This is my point. The damn Flintstones, the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age. So you got sacrifice kings, retainer sacrifices from the first dynasty. King Aha, they might say it was Menace, King Jed, or Jed, King Jed, King Din, King Ku. Sacrifices. They did that. But ain't just them. Move a little bit, hold on. To get you one of my favorite European groups. See if I can get you some of my favorite European groups. Real quick. Yeah. It ain't just them in Africa. Let's deal with human sacrifices, right? Until 1050 AD. The Viking age. Religion, magic, death, and ritual, human sacrifice. Let's come right to it. Boom. It say the scene carved onto the picture stone can be interpreted as a bout, sacrifice of Odin. It say in the middle, a person is apparently being sacrificed on an altar. A large bird of prey, that would be that raven, right? Possibly one of Odin's ravens. It say hovering above. All right, you'll find certain motifs like this in Egypt, where they have the bird, the cow flying over there. Don't act like they took that from the damn Egyptians. Like, at some point, we gotta stop. You know, in ancient times, birds take on mythical form because they can move, and the art of flight wasn't even understood, and it was mystical. You know what I'm saying? You see one of them big hawks flying or one of them ravens flying. By the way, the ravens is definitely one of the most intelligent birds. But the big swooping wings, beauty. Okay, but you see right here, we can clearly see the sacrifices going down, going down, going down, going down. Got them on the altar. Ain't that altar right there? Yep. Sacrificing to Odin. There you go. Nordic religion, rituals. Human sacrifices, pits. Right here, some of the grave sites. A plan of the excavated structure at Trelleborg, with the walls marked in relation to the Viking fortresses. All right. It say human life was the most valuable sacrifice that the Vikings could make to the gods. We know from written sources that Odin, the king of the gods, demanded human sacrifices, but do the sources tell the truth? Yeah, you know, a lot of exaggeration. All right. Well, I ain't gonna read them shit to death. I think I've came to my amount of reading that I'm gonna do at any given goddamn time. But I'm gonna put it through so y'all can put up the thing. Boom. Yeah, put that in y'all Real Black Atheist folder. Or your pseudo killer folder, whatever you got. Put them in there, load it down. All right. So we're gonna tie this up. We're gonna wrap it up. All right, real easy work. It's easy work. Very, very easy work. Easy work. So now I want to drop that link. I think we're at the threshold. I think we got it in. Now it's time to drop the link. Now it's time to act crazy for a minute. Nah. At that good number 72, we here. I see the chat is in there. What you talking about? Man, what order you in, D? What order you at, bro? Where are you in? Shout out to Anusha. Supreme. He say, Chef say we don't deliver the Mesopotamia. Yo, that's funny as a motherfucker. Yo, that's funny as a motherfucker, yo. Yeah, man, make sure y'all sharing the link, man. Put the links in there, man. Put the Cash App in there, man. Yeah, put all that in there, man. Cedric, Pseudo Killer Official. Hey, man, I appreciate all the conversations, man. Let me get the link. Let me drop that link. All right, we dropped the link. Oh, man, come on. We drop that link. Get y'all up in the building, man. Make sure y'all share that link, moderators. Yeah, we working over here. If you're a moderator, we working. We sharing, we working. You make sure everything going smooth. Ain't the free hangout around, yeah. Nope. We need that. Oh man, what I'm dead. Man, I can't believe that. Drop nigga again. Yeah, man, hit that button, man. Y'all got any questions, man? We got 76,000 in the building, man. I need them numbers will climb, man. By the time everybody get on here, we be at the 100, man. All right, I just wanted to smooth that in real quick, man. That took me approximately, how long did that take me? That's good time. That's smooth in and out. Yep, so wrapping up, what I wanted to show you is that the most ancient religions, I'm gonna have to fix that, bro. I don't know why you can't get that, yo. Man, I'm gonna see what's going on in the store by the time I finish, man. But yeah, man, if you in there, man, if you in the chat, man, you got a damn wrench, man, you working. We having fun, but we working. We whistle while we work. You know, man, we promoting the shows. We making sure people subscribe to the channels, man, to the Pseudo Killer, to the Bobby Banger channel, making sure people getting in that store. You know, none of our channels are monetized around here, yo. And we just sitting here enjoying our damn self, man. Hit that damn link, man, for them questions, man. Hit that link, all right? So my point I want to really make here is that Black people, white people, a lot of people, right, dressing up in outfits, religious outfits, man, you running around like the damn Flintstones. Every time you're talking about what kind of vaccines you're not going to get, man, you walking around like the Flintstones. Be the damn Jetsons. Color them whatever color you got to color them. But you rather be a Jetson than the goddamn quote unquote Flintstone. That ain't what you really want to be. You don't want to be a Flintstone. You want to be a damn Jetson. All right? So it's funny how a lot of people running around talking about what they're not going to do, right? Why don't you just be like the Flintstones, go outside and grab some grass? Do that. But don't knock people who understand that we're in the space age. Flintstones versus the Jetsons. So if I'm calling you a Flintstone, you know exactly why. You're putting your foot out the car, trying to stop it. The only power you got is your feet. That's how y'all sound when y'all not going to deal with modern medicine. Y'all sound like goddamn Flintstones. What's going on, Sosa? Pseudo Killer Official, man. What's good with you, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
Pretty much, man. Posting up for the little late night. You know what I'm saying? Just really just chilling. So yeah, I'm gonna follow the conversation and see where y'all going, where you going with it.
All right, man. Yeah. You know how we do some of that early religion. That early religion. Everybody had to sacrifice, but how they do their sacrifices is where the rubber meets the road.
Hey, what's up,
What's going on, man? How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm doing all right, man. You know, another day alive is another success. But I got a quick question. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. Why do you think it is so conducive for? Well, why do you think tribal societies found it very conducive to engage in tribal sacrifice?
Tribal cycle, man. Okay, because of the mystery around death. That's something you're not gonna stop. We all marching towards it right now. We just can't see it. We all, you know, we all on the clock, right? Some people are fortunate enough to know what the hell they might die from. I know that sounds crazy. Some people don't want to know, but we're all on the goddamn clock. From the day you come in here, you're all on the clock. Yeah, so they engaged in it based off of the level of understanding of death. They engage in it based off of the mystery and power of death. One day you're talking to a person, the next day they're done forever. How final is that? So human beings are always trying to find a way not to die. If that sounds, So we'll make a ritual around dying. We'll let you die with the great king because you're not really going to die. You're going to be with him in the whatever life it is after this life. See, the afterlife. See, still ain't trying to die. We're going to heaven where you can live and we can be, everything is going to be healed. The Christians, nobody wants to die. But these early tribes, based off of just understanding what death is, what it wasn't, they didn't know. All they know is you're not moving anymore, right? You're stiff at a certain point. So they didn't have the, so for them, it was a mystery. Just like birth was a mystery early on. Like we think human beings knew exactly how a woman was getting pregnant. Nope. Didn't have the x-ray vision to see the fallopian tubes, to see the sperm. They didn't know about all that stuff. See, sometimes we don't even know that. So it's hard to place our mind back in those situations, but yet we want to critique those situations. But those situations were Stone Age, Iron Age situations. So my clear answer is because death is one of the most powerful forces on planet Earth. I said one of. Well, I thought it was life. Well, death actually feeds life. You got to die for your kids to live. Like, you're not just having kids and not dying. That's part of the deal. Things die and things feed off of the things that's dead. Love to give the example of the salmon going back upstream. And as the salmon go back upstream, the death of fish, the death of salmon eaten by the grizzly bears, right? The grizzly bears, right? They get their food, right? Getting ready for the winter, and they feeding the cubs. So out of the death of the salmon gives nutrients to the grizzly bears. And as they make their way all the way upstream, and as they die on the banks, right? And as they decay, right? They decay, their nutrients go into the forest. The mushrooms get them, and the fungi get them, and it spreads all through the forest. Things that fall off the tree and die on the ground, boom, the ants get it, eat it up, break it down. Nutrients. So death always gives birth to life. Life feeds on death. Death is very powerful. So based off of the limited understanding what death was, right, they seen power in that. And man always wants to control power. So there you go. I hope that answers the question. At least that's my take on it.
Right on, right on.
You on your way back to school, bro?
Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to sit out this semester.
Oh, wow.
Because of they had like rejected my my FAFSA. And so like this semester is like literally about to start next week. And so like the registration period is kind of like it kind of, they're gonna drop me from my courses, but then once I'm not gonna be able to re-register back in. So unfortunately I'm gonna be out this semester. And I'm only like 2 semesters away from, like, this is like my last year, but I'm just gonna work.
And that's your story, yo. And you're sticking to it.
Yeah, for this semester I'm gonna work, but I'm gonna go back to school next semester though.
I ain't gonna mess with you. I'm about to say, man, I don't believe that. I ain't gonna do you like that, though. Yeah. I ain't gonna do you like that. Hey, I'm fucking with you, yo. Hey, Cedric, what's good? What happened was I was about to hit the button and turn it in, and I lost a piece of paper. I was in the, and I put the wrong number in there, and it went to the office, and it didn't. I put the wrong name in there. Let me stop. Fuck with you, Cedric, pseudo kill official, man.
What's
Real
good,
Black
Don
Atheism,
Killer?
bro? What's up?
Yabba dabba dabba do.
Yeah, Flintstones. Niggas running around here like damn Flintstones. Stopping the car 100 miles an hour with their feet. Crazy. Bananas.
From
What's on your mind, bro?
if it ain't the Hebrew Israelites, It's the sun coming up, all dressed in white. I listened to Jabari's debate the last day there, and we need to appreciate and understand what Jabari is doing. Jabari is a Catholic priest in comedic wear. He transfers Mary to Isis, and Jesus is simply Horus. He's Africanized his Christianity, which gives it authenticity because it's on the walls of Kemet. Well, and I think he is allowed to engage in said activity once we understand that all of this is pure and only based on one's imagination. So they're allowed to walk around the streets in their sheets because it's the imagination. You see, our kids are fortunate to have parents that allow them to have imaginary friends until about the age of 5. After that, you gotta stop that shit. These individuals they never had the privilege of parents who tell them, you know, your imaginary friend needs to go to bed when you start to grow up. There's just a phase of their development that's missed. And you hear it when people ask, when you take away religion, what you're going to replace it with. It's like telling your 5-year-old you can't have an imaginary friend anymore. They ask you, then who am I going to play with? You say, with your cousin Sheila down the street. I cannot take any of this seriously because once we can't get past the initial question, show me some evidence for your God. Once we can't get past that question, everything else is fair game. If we open up ourselves to these discussions about Jesus, whether he existed or not, whether he was black or white, we have already given credit and affirmation to the existence of a God. And I ain't doing it anymore. The only conversation I want to have is show me evidence for your God. And if you can't do that, the rest of the conversation is mute. Yabba dabba do.
Yabba dabba do. What's up, James? What's going on with you, man? James Modest. He just must be in the.
Nah, sorry about that.
What's going on? What's on your mind, bro?
No,
What it do?
I'm listening, man. On this type of subject, I only have questions, brother. You know, because my attitude is to look towards the future, and a lot of this other stuff, it is definitely a look backwards, you know. So my comments might be directed towards how we could bridge the gap to the future, you know. And I'm back quiet.
Okay. All right. Brendan, pseudo killer official, man. What it do? What it do?
Peace, brother Ankh. That was a good presentation you just did there, as always, right? It's the brother Lionel. I think he dropped off, but if you're still listening, brother, I say, hey, don't get discouraged, right? You're always gonna have some setbacks when you're in school. Your description of what you just kind of told us reminded me of me and my undergraduate studies, right? This was when when you're getting right down to the line and you're getting ready to finish, right? It was one course that I needed, and I was getting very, very close at my last semesters, and it was like, yeah, we don't offer that next semester. You're gonna have to wait 2 semesters, right? So I don't care if it's something related to financial aid or your course scheduling. It's always gonna be something that's gonna set you back. But don't get discouraged. Keep at it, right? Keep your spirits up, man, and finish your degree, man. That's what I'll say about that. But in terms of what you were just—
In other words, the devil is alive.
Exactly, right? Get your ass in gear, right?
Have mercy. Hallelujah.
Right? Exactly. We all go through it. But in terms of you were mentioning the about the death, the death cult, right? And then what we see inside of these earlier cultures in Africa, right? And a question that I would ask you, Ankh, and we see the graves that of the people that were very next to the rulers and the royalty, right? And I was looking at one of the lectures that I think this is from Christopher Eric, and they were talking about, do we know? Did we have, at this point, have we determined, was there a ritualistic sacrifice of the people that were close to the king when they died, right? And that they were buried at a close time next to the king, or were they, or did those people that were around them sort of died in their own time and they were buried in close proximity? If that kind of makes sense. I don't know if my question was sort of clear.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, so some of them was actually buried at different times, and they can tell. Right? But then some of them was buried at the same time. Because so you got kids and stuff at different ages, and a close family, right? And certain people that actually worked in the court, right? And the way they bury them, you can tell they had the king in the middle. And then they'll have it measured out like that. So yes, you're right. Some of it was people that died along the way, right? And then some of it was they actually did the sacrifice.
Ritualistic. So it was a combination of it too. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Yes,
absolutely. So early on, they thought everybody was just then they realized that sometimes it was that. And I'm gonna show when it's really time to get down, I'm gonna actually show the different grades and show how they set it up. Right, we're gonna go to Heliopolis, right? We're gonna look at the grave sites, right, and we're gonna match them up. Yeah, and the whole thing is very interesting, man. And it's just, it's powerful, right? Just the whole thing, and nothing don't make you feel like you feel when you lose somebody that you fuck with, yo. Like I just remember. Having so first of all, it's different when you don't have your mother and father no more. That's a whole different thing, and I hope nobody has to go through that, but we all gonna have to go through that if you're even lucky. Now that's crazy. You got to be lucky, right, and fortunate to see your mother and your father die. That's a trip, right?
Yeah. That's I keep saying that the fact that I buried my daddy, although I cry every day, I miss him. He was my everything. The fact that I buried him and he didn't have to bury his kids. And I tell my kids, and I say, I'm the oldest of the gang. So after my mom goes, y'all gotta bury me next. That's just the way it goes. That's just a sequence of things. So although you're prepared, you're mentally prepared for it, but you're never ready. You're just never ready. Right?
So like my grandmother seen her child die. My grandmother's still living.
Yeah, that's.
So my mother wasn't fortunate enough to see her mother die. And I remember the look in my grandmother's eye, right? As she sat near the bed. And we sat there and watched my mom. I just remember the look, right? And what I'm saying is I experienced two types of way to go. Man, father out of there, had no idea. I'm coming from college, coming in. I was just with him the next day. He was like, come on, Bobby, help me work in the yard. I'm like, come on, man, it's hot as shit out there in the morning. Because it was a wedding, right? Day before, I'll tell you about the wedding, the story that happened in the day before is wild, right? But that night, you know what I'm saying, they was partying, you know what I'm saying, boom, whatever the hell they was doing. That next day, my father was always get this shit done right now. I'm like, yo, it's hot as shit out there. Relax, man. You partied all night, chill. Now I'm gonna get it done. But now I be thinking, well, maybe I should have helped them out, but I don't know. All I know is went to school at about maybe 3 o'clock, came back about 6 o'clock. I came back, I'll never forget it. I'm parking the car, right? My cousin coming out the house and she crying. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't even notice a lot of cars around. What's going on? She was like, Uncle Bob. I was like, oh, because my father's name is Bobby too, right? So for all y'all wild dudes that think that I'm hiding from my name, now I'm proud of my name, Bobby West. How about that, niggas? For everybody that want to make jokes, y'all know who it is. See, it's shit like that. Did you offend a person? Is why I stopped fucking with you. Now, let me get off of that. Let me get back. So, boom. Crying, I see my cousin crying, star love, straight warrior. You know, with them stages where you couldn't even beat your cousin. The girl cousin couldn't beat. She was hard on us. Anyway, I was like, why are you crying? Your father was like, what about? What you talking about? He's dead. What are you talking about? He's dead. What? I go in the house is full, everybody's done. Man, just the heart drop into the bottom of your stomach. Just out of nowhere. But what happened? The whole, come to find out, Glen Avenue. Anybody know the area? I lived on Reuben. Glen Avenue runs that way, run right in Wrightstown Road. Maybe when I was on my way leaving, going to school, maybe I drove by his car because he pulled over. He was trying to make his way back home coming from cleaning up the yard, dropping off some trash. And he just pulled over and he died right there, right? But it was a sudden thing, and I'll never forget it. That's out of there. Like, no time to talk to him. Dad, our last shit was talking about, come on, yo, it's too hot outside. That's a sudden way to go for my father. It's my first parent to go. My second was my mother. So I'm thinking, okay, she had cancer and she was in remission. Boom, 2 years, 3.5 years, it's going good, right? Then it started to come back again, okay, right? And so let me offer up this advice for anybody that has breast cancer, right? Cut both of them motherfuckers off. I'm gonna say this one more time. If you got breast cancer, cut both of them motherfuckers off. That shit ain't important. That body part at that moment ain't important, especially if you done had kids. Look, cut them off. Okay? My mother only wanted to cut one off. She probably should. I'm not gonna play Monday morning quarterback, but maybe, maybe. Okay? Maybe. But my advice to the young ladies, older and young, if you get breast cancer, cut both of them off. That's my advice. Don't even play with it. All right? The point is, my mother was, when she started, I'm like, damn, you don't want to really realize it. Maybe she died, maybe not. I was always back and forth from Baltimore, right? But I knew, right? And everybody knew that I was a heart, so they didn't really want to tell me. That's the shit I don't understand. Just let me know what's really good. Well, maybe I should have known, right? Maybe I should have known. But I remember when I knew she was gone, when I knew she wasn't gonna make it. I never forget it. She was down here over my sister's house, and everybody was around. We was partying. She was sitting over to herself, and she just was tired, man. She can't get up with her friends. She was just tired, man. She was tired. I'll never forget that. And funny, we was in the driveway, and she was on her way back to the plane. She was we take to the airport. I'm like, why don't you just stay? He was like, shit, I'm going home. I'm like, what? He said, I'm gonna come back. I'm like, come on, you need to stay. But I kind of knew she wasn't gonna come back. Kind of knew. And then to be in the hospice, because my mother was a fucking warrior. She was like, fucking, I'm not doing all that. She checked herself into hospice. She had all the shit in the will. And she taught me how to die. I mean, you sound crazy, right? All y'all gotta learn how to die. And I ain't trying to trip y'all out tonight, right? But since the whole thing is about ritual dying, yo, you gotta know how to fucking die. You gotta be prepared. You gotta be responsible. You gotta have some shit in place. My mother had all the shit in place. Don't fuck with her shit. She don't want me meddling her shit. She don't want my sister and me fighting over nothing. No, nigga, all that shit is in place. I don't want you picking my clothes for me. All that shit was picked, everything. She taught me how to die. Anyway, back to the point. Watching your mother slip away as she checked herself in the hospice, right? Talking at first, right? And it's wild because they medicate you and they keep upping the doses, right? Wow, right? And she had a no, don't revive her shit. I'm like, wow. I mean, you can't give her no water, no nothing, yo. And she just went out like a soldier. She took a while and took a long time, for real, a couple of days. I was like, damn. Watching, then she couldn't respond no more. You talking to her. And you know, I hugged him, was like, man, you don't gotta hold on no more like that. I'm gonna be all right. Cause she taught me how to live, right? Responsibly, right? And she taught me how to die. And as parents, if you can do that, you done did something, because all that shit in between is what makes us human. All in between is what makes us human. So I can understand the ritual around the whole goddamn thing, not having enough information. I can understand that, right? Okay. But the point that I think I really want to bring home here, right? 2 ways that I seen my parents go. If you got your parents, man, fuck with your parents. Make sure you call them regular. Make sure you let them. You got friends, man, make sure you with them. Be responsible. Because we all out of here. That's what we're going to have to be. Gotta be responsible, right? Yeah, big up the Barbara West, man. She taught me how to live, right? She taught me how to die responsibly. Yeah, I ain't gonna get all emotional on y'all, man. I just wanted to kind of bring that out. I just feel like that's, you know, we talk around shit sometimes, right? And when I was thinking about doing this, I was like, man, I gotta talk about the whole piece. You know what I'm saying? I gotta, you know, make sure the brothers and sisters, man, they respecting their family that's living, man. The friendships you forge are just important, man. Your family, that shit, yeah, man, you don't know. We don't know. Nobody know. We ain't. And then COVID just knocked niggas out the box. That's why I don't understand the blatant disrespect of life. Now you see why I be saying all of them some bitch ass motherfuckers, man. Because the life and death situation is precious, bro. And for people to play with that shit, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy to me. People to play with your life on some fake natural shit is bananas to me. On some fake religion shit, rituals around plants and fuck, get the fuck out of here with that. Like we got more than this.
No respect for human life. That's what
Yeah.
that's what it is at the end of the day.
Horrible. Like this all you got, like, and then you gonna act like some vitamin C and some spinach,
Sea moss.
sea moss. They see moss as the death during the pandemic. It's crazy. And they took advantage of that mystery around death. That's what they really did, because if you really thought that you could potentially die based off of catching the fucking virus, yo, and you really thought that could happen, you wouldn't even play around. You would go straight for the experts. Think about it. That's all you got is your life, right? You wouldn't even play with your life, yo. You wouldn't even act like you knew what you was talking about. You listen to niggas on TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook for your life. Obviously, you think you can't die. See?
I was scared. I got lupus. I couldn't catch COVID without being vaccinated. And conventional vaccines would have made me susceptible to herd immunity, because I wouldn't have been able to use a conventional vaccine after having developed lupus. So the mRNA vaccine literally saved my life. Literally. Like, I have pre-existing conditions. I wouldn't have made it. And about loving your parents, folks. My dad went for a open heart surgery. He was fine. He just attended my sister's wedding, 70 years old. And this is a routine surgery nowadays. So I didn't make the extra effort to go and see him. I just called him. You'll be fine. We'll video chat, etc., etc. And I told him, when you get back, I'll have you, because now I'm going to make you go through physical therapy like you did with me. He never made it back, y'all. So just that extra effort to see him off would have been, for me, a difference. You know what I mean? So don't play with that. Just don't. And like, I don't know about y'all. I ain't no mama's boy. I'm a daddy's boy. My dad is my everything, always been. I keep, like, when I talk, I say my dad says. That's my hero. That's my Dr. Ben. That's my, not Henry. Dr. Henry, that's my hero. Like, I never had a poster of a Michael Jordan or Michael Jackson in my room. I had my dad. So I just want y'all to think about that. But in terms of my opinion with the rituals, death is ultimate. It's final. It's the ultimate you can pay. So I understand why rituals and sacrifices were designed around death. It was, and especially to appease gods. The ultimate thing that you could give a god is your life. So that's for me one of the core elements of ritual sacrifices from back in those days, whether it be the animals in the beginning or ultimately when they realized this shit was costing too much, let's kill one dude and end the whole story.
Hey, shout out to Aries too, man. Starting to see some new listeners in here, man. Shout out, man. Man, matter of fact, shout out to everybody new that's coming through, man. We always had these thought-provoking conversations. It's just important, man. Like, yeah, I think these types of conversations certainly is important, man. Hey, Brittany, you want to add something?
Yeah, because it's very interesting because we talked about this before. We say that the ancients were more modern. They were more like us than we give them credit for.
Yeah.
Right. And even to this day, if you have a CEO or if you have a top level government official, right, they usually come into the office or come into their positions with people around them. Right. Right. They have their assistants, they have their main people and all, and they serve at that time. And when they leave, normally you see all the people around them leave with them. Right. So that sort of the same way, I guess you would say, in the ancient times, right, with this idea of the ritualistic, the exit of the king in death, right, and then the closest people around them leaving with them in death, so we have that symbolic sort of death, right, that with us today. When you see that, right. I see it even in my career, right? When you see a high level top person, usually they always come in together and they leave out together, right? Same thing. No one wants to hear about anything from politics from a previous president, right? We don't want to hear any of that, right? You're done. That's when you're out of office. That's that symbolic death. Right. So that's I think for me, that's a very interesting piece. But in terms of I wouldn't ask you to speculate, Ankh. Would you think that that's maybe one of the drivers behind that ritualistic practice there? Or do we have some type of evidence? Well, why did the ancient people actually do these ritualistic practices where you would say, okay, well, there was a ritualistic sacrifice of the people around the kings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did they do that? Or is it sort of similar to, for political reasons, the reason why we do it today?
Great hypothesis, Brendan. I can see that. That's a great hypothesis.
Hey, look, hell, the king can't be in heaven by himself, yo. Some shit be that simple, yo.
He needs his advisors. He needs his closest advisors. He can't do it by himself.
You know what? Like I think we talked about the other day, like the Washati, right? Like in Japan, yo, you see them soldiers and stuff. They go with the with the emperor and stuff like that. So I guess they was like, okay, we're doing too much. We ain't gonna do that. But they just put them straight. You was great. Say something, Sosa?
Yeah, the terracotta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, terracotta was Shati.
I think the Shati was Egyptian, I think.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Peace, Sosa.
Same thing. It's get real ritualized. That's why Christianity and Islam, and Judaism started winning, because the shit was modified. You know what I'm saying? It's modified. You can find it all in one place. And you can look at the shit that Jabari be talking about. It's all over the place. Like, what are you talking about? It's everywhere. The pseudo ship is everywhere. There's no one place to get it from. And you know what I'm saying? And even in a traditional African thing, a priest do different things, right? You think different preachers teach Christianity and Islam in a certain way. Well, hell, when you traditional Africa, there's different things, very, very different. It's not codified. So Christianity, that shit took off because it's really a modification of ancient religion. You could just look in, it's not hard. It's still based off the death ritual. That's why I read in Judaism, right, of the daughter being sacrificed, burnt offering. So you go from, actually the Nubians went in the other direction. They went from animals to human beings. That's something y'all didn't know, right? But in Judaism, you see the baby, you see the virgin getting sacrificed. You see all the symbology right there. Then you see the animals. Moses, I can get to it with Moses actually sacrificed a bull and fill up the basin with blood, and he sprinkled his hand in the blood, and he sprinkled it on the people, right? Juju ceremonies, traditional African ceremonies, they got these altars with blood. I got an altar, blood, everybody crack jokes. Nigga, don't crack jokes at me, nigga, I want to see. Right? See, the only way you're going to know is not to fear it. See, here's the thing, right? Niggas talk that shit, but ain't nobody going to try to do a juju or voodoo ceremony. Bet you. That show you where your real atheism is.
Yeah, you have to do it all. I've done it all.
See where it's at.
If you ain't done it all, if you ain't sitting those ritual and been there and observed it, saw the cigar being smoked and did the whole thing, you ain't about that. So I know it ain't real. I know it ain't real.
There y'all go to a voodoo priest. There you
get a bath. I got a bath. I did it all. I want to see what this stuff
what kind of heart you got, right? I done seen the person take a pigeon and do some herbs, and the pigeon die in his hand. Some bullshit. He probably died from the herb. I don't know. But I done seen all that. Seen the whole thing. You know what I mean? Sacrifice chickens. You know what I'm saying? Cut the neck, drain the blood out, wash the life, all that shit, right? And people are afraid of that. People are more afraid of them traditional African religion than any damn thing.
That's how you prepare supper, dinner in the South. That doesn't scare us.
If I want to freak everybody out in St. Martin right now, I just get up when it's dark. I take a chicken, I cut it up. I don't have to do any real ritual. Just take some of my daughter's chalk and draw a circle around it, make a couple of funny signs, and people will freak the hell out. Yeah, they would drive around that, mash their car up. No one would touch it. They would freak the hell out.
Yeah. So yeah, Brendan.
Throw you in, man. I went to a stick fight in Trinidad, and the drums can draw you in, brother. It ain't easy. When you try and, like what you say, you got to try this and that. It's not a matter of trying. Sometimes you find yourself in circumstances, and that circumstance is going on beyond your control. And it's a matter of observing, at that point. And
I know.
You know what I mean in the Caribbean, right, Cedric?
Yes. No, you get the drums. I know that these things, trances can be induced in these type of things. Listen, I did the Panam dance, a ritual dance with the drum as a rite of passage. And if you let yourself go to the drums, you're gonna become an African and start to move like your ancestors real quick. It's just instinctive. However, a lot of the fanfare and a lot of the ideas behind it. And those people that you see going extreme, the amount of alcohol that they consume. The way they smoke the cigars, it actually induces a physical high, along with the drum and the energy of the people. It can induce trances, yes, I've seen it. But it is nothing different than what a preacher does when he got those people having the Holy Ghost and falling down and shaking in church. It's mass hysteria.
I know exactly when it happened, Cedric, but when it happened was my friends literally had to hold me back from getting into this stick fight situation with the drums going. I don't know if it's my disposition or my affinity for that kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the homie or what, but they had to keep me back. It was 20 years since I went back. I left Trinidad at 10 years old, in 69. And after I served, after I was a college graduate, served in the military, I called myself going back in 1989 for a 2-week little thing, visit my grandfather. I ended up staying 7 months. Man, I came back really fit, the variety of fruits and the food and everything, I came back right back natural,
Yeah, but again, like I said, when we look at and they say, look, they use their belief to make them fight. Listen, you got 500 fellows, right? Out of 500 men, you're gonna have those 300 or 200 that are fight orientated. The other 300 ain't gonna get into that. It's those 200 that are instinctively fight driven that are going to be moved by the drums, that those ritual are going to hype them up. It's like the berserkers. They use the mushrooms and so, but it's a select group of people that in the event of 20 people coming in their direction, they get angry and they go towards those 20 people. There's very few who do that. And James, maybe, and the way you speak, you're one of those. I know for myself, I'm one of those. I don't flee. I go head on into it. So I can understand how being in that atmosphere of pure male violence and you want to get in, it's your natural warrior instinct. I love martial arts. When I see a fight and not street fighting, but organized war. I like strategies. I like weapons. It's just instinctive in me. I love guns. I love knives. I love different forms of martial arts. I appreciate Japanese soldiers' philosophy. I appreciate these warrior things. And that's just an instinct, and not everyone has it. It's just a select group of people.
Monk stick and everything, the standard sticks that they use, they would soak this stick, they would bury this stick in cemetery, they would go through rituals before they fight with this stick, and then sometimes in their minds, this stick can do magical things to the opponent.
It's like the basketball player with a specific pair of socks. You know what I mean? It's attributing special powers to the stick and stuff like that. It's all a mind game though. It's all a matter of psyching yourself up to engage in that activity. It's gonna hurt. You know that from beforehand. And then you get hit with that stick and you don't feel it.
Yeah, that's called disassociation, or like a split consciousness.
Yeah.
That's what
when I did Muay Thai, I had to look back at the film to actually hear that they were playing that music. Because I would ask after every fight, but did they play the music? And you look back at the tape and you're actually bouncing to the music, but I can't recall hearing the music. Or you don't, like, you watch the shots that you get hit with and you go like, I don't remember getting a hit like that. You physically, you can't feel it. You don't hear the music. You can't hear the referee that's standing right in your face. He's talking to you. You can't hear him, but you can hear your coach outside. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, that's a trance.
When I got out of college.
When people are, hold on. When people fall into a trance-like state, they can experience dissociation or what they call split consciousness. It's no different like if somebody was a burglar breaking into your home into this particular state. You can get into a fight with that burglar, get stabbed, not even notice you're stabbed until the event is over and you look down and you see that you're bleeding. So, so that trance-like state is, it's a real thing. So even when you see it around the world or even in churches, some people may be pretending, but you're actually witnessing a real phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? That's actual, factual. And some people are more susceptible to the trance-like state than others. No different than hypnosis. Hypnosis is a trance-like state. So, but I'll also say, when you look back in time at ancient cultures, before they were writing, you can surmise what the thought process was, but you don't know. You know what I'm saying? The best guess can still be the worst guess. You don't know. So, I mean, you can analyze some stuff when people start writing, Egypt had more like, they had the little dualistic concept. So you can say, well, maybe they thought that, life continued in death, and that, the king would be afforded the same type of luxury he had in life, the same in death. But before that, before writing, it's pure speculation.
Yeah, I agree. And everything you said about the trance, yeah, though that's factual. If you ever experience it, and when in any format, you know that it's a real human phenomena. You can psych yourself up and out.
Yeah. Brain is
Traditional
powerful.
fighting sports, you got to really hype yourself up. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, I boxed after college. My father is surprised. You're doing what? Yeah, if I don't do it, I'll regret it. So I was Golden Gloves, New York. He came 1983, and I got it out my system, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to hype yourself up for the real game.
Yeah, but I look at it when we had this long conversation before, so a lot of the rituals and the stuff that you see it in modern time is, it's a coping mechanism. Like my mom passed away probably like 7 years ago. And even on her birthday, sometimes, she got a Facebook page. Even on her birthday, I may go over and put happy birthday on her Facebook page. Even still to this day. So that's just how, So it's, she's dead, so it's not for her. So
Nope.
it's for me. So it's just a coping mechanism. You feel me? A way to relieve, maybe anxiety or stress or whatever.
Yeah, it's just a way to cope, to remember, to keep that. You can't quantify it. We all got me and my brothers on our dad's birthday. We just come together and just go to his grave. Like,
yeah,
it's not for him. That's for us. he know shit.
Yeah, like I said before, it's all of it's for you. The funeral's for you.
Yeah. The funeral have nothing to do. Yeah, has nothing to do with the person that is dead. It's a way of us getting closure.
Yeah, and understand the finality of it all.
Yeah, the finality, and you can see it when the casket is being closed. How some people react. Like my daughter, I didn't expect her to freak out like that for a gram. Like and I didn't know where she got that strength. The little itty bitty girl, she would not let them close the casket. Like, you're not, nope, he's staying there. Look, he's right there. He's fine right there. She did not want to let him go. And that the finality of that process.
Some people need it, some people need it more than others. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially, somebody, if you've seen somebody lose a child, that could destroy not only a marriage, it could destroy a human being. So, I would think that some of the ancient people, would find a way to, or come up with maybe a system to appease that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially with high mortality rate with children. Like, right. There's just some things you cannot imagine. To the point, I'm so sensitive that bringing up the subject of burying a child just makes me emotional, because I got my kids, and it's like the older they get, the more they're out in the world now. Like my eldest 4 is out in the world, they're doing their own thing, and every day my heart skips a beat. Like, oh shit! Like, and sometimes I wish I hurry up, get on out of here, that I never have to experience that stuff. Like, I even think like that. I would die today to not have to bury any of my kids.
And the same would be put forth for like maybe a ruler or king that was beloved. You know what I'm saying? That the impact of that on that society and and on that culture to keep that group together. I mean, we can look at the sudden death of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and how that traumatic experience affected people. You know what I mean? People go out the street. You know what I mean? Like it's sometimes it can be a paralyzing effect. So even, in time, you can look back and see a leader that was beloved by his people. You know what I mean? They would need to, you know what I mean, come up with a way to reconcile that loss and deal with that finality. So the group can move forward.
State funerals.
Right. And then with different leaders come different, you know, different ideas and whatnot. So certain things, you know what I mean, become ancient.
Well, Brendan's hypothesis, especially for rulers, Brendan's hypothesis carries some weight. I can, especially in a highly organized ancient society that doesn't see death as final, but as a transition into the other world. And the way that the elaborateness of their burials for the kings, I can understand. Okay, my chief of staff is going with me.
Yeah, I mean, if they thought
Especially
imagine
the chief of staff wanting to go too.
Especially how political it was in terms of Egypt and how fragile, right? They were at war, right? From the south, they were at war from the north. So I could see that very fragile political situation there. Yeah, again, these people are more modern than we give them credit for, right? So.
Yeah, and a loss of a king, when you have that ritualistic death, so, you know, the people could rally around that. Gain strength from it. You know what I mean? I mean, even when a child dies, you know, you see people, a child may die today, or even a person die today. You know, what we do? Some people will put the belongings of the person in the grave with the person. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I mean? Is a sense for some type of a closure. You know what I mean? So that just you know, the human experience.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'll tell you this, Cedric. I never officially been to a voodoo ceremony, but I've attended many Pentecostal churches down south, right? And you know what? If you squint hard enough, I don't think you'll be able to tell the difference between them.
I think the fact that maybe it's inside and during the day is the only distinguishable
fact. With the drums and
the drums, the dancing,
exactly. Man, I tell you what, the first, because my mother, she's a Pentecostal, right? And the first time, well, this is not the first time. It's one of the earliest times when I was going to church with her, right? And I can remember one of the first church ceremonies. It was like one of the wildest things I've ever seen. I tell you what, with the drums going, right, with the things that the people were doing, the activity, people were just sitting in pews. This wasn't like a passive type of exercise that was going on inside of this church, right? And it takes you back. If you would think, you would say, okay, well, yeah, it gives you that resemblance of what would be happening back in Africa, right? And the more I actually learned about that church, right, they did have ties back to like some of I guess you would say the preachers or the pastors or whatever had roots in Africa. They were African people, right? So that's why I could actually see that, you know, that resemblance there. But again, you know, you can see it, for sure.
Yeah, and like you see, when I saw Jabari and his group of people in New York, all in the white, when we see a group of women in fully in white, and usually their hairs are wrapped, they got the white long skirt on, we know they're going to a voodoo ritual. Like, those
are the mothers of the church. We call them the mothers.
They're going to get it
right?
in.
The queens of the church. Call them the queens.
And in some of the Pentecostal churches on the island, it's the same white traditional white outfit with the heads wrapped. You know, so it's like it crosses over into each other so much. But the people that are entrenched into these camps don't realize the resemblance. Like,
they presume they're doing something unique, right?
we in the West, we look down, or we see the hijab as something predominantly to the Arabs, but we forget that a Catholic nun and a proper Catholic woman covers her head the exact same way.
Right.
Yeah, and religions, even in time, you look back from, way back when, religions, they can merge, you can look at Santeria.
Santeria,
You feel me? So, it's not not even a far stretch. It's common that, different religion practices merge based on where you are. Even in Africa, they have what's called Chrislam, which is a mixture of the Yoruba people mix Christianity with Islam. So, it's just what happens. It's just what happens.
Caribbean Voodoo and Santeria. The Oguns, literally, the Oguns maintain their character and their African names, but the African characters, but they are transcribed with Enoch's angels.
Wow.
So the angels that are identified in Enoch, right? Archangel Michael, Archangel this, Archangel that. The Oguns in the African tradition they still have the exact characteristics, but they are now supplanted with the Archangel type. So the Ogun represents the Ogun this and this and this, but his name is Archangel that. So they've merged. It's fully merged. It's fully merged.
That's very interesting, because when you would say that, right, you have African, which you would say ritualistic traditions there, and you also see that in the West, right, as well. When you're talking about the Enochian magic of Western ceremonial magic, how they use those angel archetypes as well there, right? So there's that similarity when you just mentioned it. I guess that's a very interesting piece for me as well.
Because it's in coming into the conscious community, I realized that the concept of Ogun is an African thing, because I always associated with the Voodoo and the Santeria and quote unquote Santeria is supposedly the good stuff and Voodoo is the bad stuff. But when I go into the literature of whatever you can find of it, they are exactly the same. The one is that the Santeria is more predominantly within the realm of the Catholicism, and then you got the Voodoo goes more into the Pentecostal type of activities with the drums and the loud noises, and the Santeria is more candles and silent prayers and making syllogism. So you create a symbol and you burn it in the candle right there, which is supposed to bring forth your desire. So your desire is expressed in a specific symbol that only you know, and then it's burned at the altar, and then you have to have candles that burn 24 hours a day. The candles must never go out. That's the Santeria realm. And the Voodoo is using those same Oguns, but more in the traditional sense that they're outside and people are calling them into their beings when they're practicing these rituals. So based on whatever night it is, this specific Ogun is most powerful, and that is the Ogun they're going to channel that specific night. But the Ogun has the same Santeria Enochian title to it.
Right.
No surprise.
And you could even push it a bit further when you go into the Palo Mayombe tradition, right? That has a lot of parallels from the West with necromancy as well. So in terms of there's spectrums within all of these different traditions, right?
Well, it's no coincidence that they also are very versed in the bush medicine. And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the medicine is still plant-based, right? There's a lot of synthetic stuff being developed now, of course, but a lot is still plant-based. Am I correct?
They did a research on the myth of the cocoa field in Haiti, that you would be zombified and sent to the cocoa field. So it's a myth in Haiti that you can get an Obeah man to work voodoo on a particular individual, that they would go into a zombie state, so undead state, and then they would be at your whim. And usually people would have them work in the cocoa fields as punishment for whatever they did. And there is some truth to that story. However, what it is the use of the pufferfish. They ground the pufferfish and it causes paralysis.
Mhm.
Right? It is known in Japan that ill-prepared pufferfish would give you paralysis. So it slows your heart down to the point that you are alive. You can blink your eyes, but you can't speak. You can't move, etc. So they would use this pufferfish in a powder form and have people consume it in their voodoo practice. So the Obeah man will give you a potion that you're supposed to give to this individual. And sometimes the person would die, of course, because sometimes it causes cardiac arrest. But in some cases, you would actually zombify this person. So the person would be undead or would appear to be dead. And then a couple of days later, brain numb, of course, wake back up and be completely stupefied and not know where they are. People have been buried or on the way to being buried, wake back up, and they discovered that they've been poisoned.
Mm.
So say what you want, but these people know some high science.
I mean, they know something, right? Right. But again, I briefly mentioned, the tradition of Palomayambe, right? And when you go to the priests of that particular tradition, they call them tatas, right? And they have when you're talking about the I guess these shrines or these altars, right? The Palomayambe altars, right, usually have something from like a human skull associated with it or bones, right? Again, that's why I say it's more associated with the necromancy sort of traditions. Same thing that you would do, from the West. You would say, okay, well, you would have like a hand from a dead body or something like that, or you would have bones or the teeth from a dead person or a loved one. Exactly. And they would do that. And then you would exactly. And then they would perform these ritualistic sort of practices over these shrines. Right. And I think in South Florida, they ended up having, there was a rash of grave desecrations, and they associated this with people that were practicing Palomayambe because they were doing things like grabbing skulls, getting skulls, and things of that nature, because they're within their religious practice, these are things that they hold sacred, right? And you even see this even in some of the Indian traditions as well, right? They have the people that practice, those type of, you say, more arcane exactly. So these types of practices, this is the spectrum of what people do, the humans. This is what we do.
But listen, it could go back. It goes back even, I forgot the name of people, but it goes back even more, like thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? So where they would, some people would take the skull to the ancestor, and the ancestor would be in their home. You understand? So, so that ritual acted in place of a form of obedience. You understand? Like, your ancestors are watching you. You understand?
Watching you. Yeah.
So behave
protecting
properly.
They're guiding you. They're your moral compass. They're everything. They're right there.
So that culture goes back thousands of years. Start with the end. I've been hearing the Tufians a lot, but I'm not sure it's in the Tufians, but there's a whole culture that did that, and it's all over, different types of societies. But that was the, But that was the whole, it's like a part of ancestor worship. and those skulls represented that ancestor. So, you act accordingly. You know what I mean? Even when nobody else is watching, your ancestors are watching you. So carry yourself, you know what I mean? Like your parents are watching you. You feel me? Act accordingly. Feel me?
Y'all need to stop beating off so much and shit.
I don't know where that come from, bro.
What?
Be like all base, Jay. That's it.
Come on, man.
You're not in the tub again, are you? James.
Oh man, I'm gonna drop that link. Y'all, wild out.
James
We're in the suit. Dude, this is pseudo killers. The pseudo killers on. So we had to jump into the pseudo zone a bit, right?
That's not
pseudo. Talk about it.
It's not pseudo. It's not pseudo. There's a whole study, a field behind it. And evolutionary psychology, like I keep telling you about, you know what I'm saying, and neuroscience, you know what I mean? So a lot of people, like the shit that I'm talking about is not something I'm making up. These are things that study, and they got experts in the field that talk about this type of stuff. So it's nothing I'm saying. So it's maybe pseudo in the sense that it's not a God doing it, but the practicality of it is important to those people that do it.
The life looking at you, man. There's no data on that, man. I mean, you mentioned
understand what you're talking about.
Separate two
you don't need data. Like what? I don't even know what you're
talking about the psychological impact of belief and how belief is a fundamental aspect of human nature, and it truly is. Knowledge is only a subset of belief. You cannot get to knowledge if you don't first engage in belief. Right?
Yeah, you can't look back at your ancestors like the stupid. There's practicality with it. Just that they are like we are, bro. You feel me? Like every, it just, it doesn't have to be rational to be helpful. You can have things that are irrational and both helpful. So something can be literally false, but metaphorically beneficial to the psychology of a person. So like they're not just running around just doing dumb shit for no reason. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get past that. You feel me?
My father didn't know I was chasing skirts in college until he came down there and seen for himself.
Like,
my point is that
what are you talking about?
After death, he's gonna have a hard time seeing what I'm doing.
No, Jim,
bro. Like, just don't even respond. Don't respond. I said it.
When we're having these discussions, again, when we are discussing the elements of belief, it's different when we're
chasing skirts. After you talking about psychology, what the hell?
No, you. I don't think you were. You were on the phone.
What James was trying to say is, if father didn't have no belief, he needed to see him doing it.
No, my point is
that's the problem. Is like you can't ad-lib this shit.
No, the point is, when he was alive, he couldn't see what I'm doing in another state. How after death somebody gonna be looking over?
No, James.
Nobody's saying that. That's what I'm saying. Like
he's saying that when the Hebrews come on here and they're trying to make claims for their God, James, then these questions are relevant. But when we are talking about the psychological effects and how belief has been established throughout history, how did we get to this point? Then we're having a different discussion. For example, James, I'm the one that says I'm not going to discuss your Jesus. I'm not going to discuss your religion. My discussion starts with evidence for your God. And based on methodological naturalism, you're going to have to quantify it. You can't. So the discussion is mute. But it doesn't prevent us from having a discussion about why in the hell would they believe something like that? That's a different discussion. That's what Sosa is engaging in right now.
Right. For example, if you get a Tata from the Palo Mayombe tradition, getting up 6 a.m, blowing rum on an Nganga, right, which is their shrine, you can't tell him that he's not doing something that's not affecting his physical world, right? Mm-hmm. Having that being that devoted to his tradition, right? He's sort of he's ensconced in that.
Yeah.
So as pseudo as what we would call it, right? Is he really affecting things in the physical world? No, but for him, right? How real is it?
Yeah, because humans
You know what I mean?
aspire
Right.
to control or to feel as if they have a control over those things that are uncontrollable. You know what I'm saying? So it's no different than, you know, if you leave your house, your mother prays that you make it home safe, right? Her prayer, whether you believe it's not about it being true that the God will bring you back. The prayer is a sense of a relief of anxiety because she knows you're going into a place, circumstances that necessarily are beyond their control. So that prayer somehow gives them some sort of sense or inkling that comfort. My prayer is helping you. You know what I'm saying? And I can rest easy. You know what I'm saying? That's those type of mechanisms that are in place because humans have that type of need. Like we don't, you know what I'm saying? And this is something they talk about. Like humans are not comfortable with not having an answer for something. Even if they don't have an answer, they'll make some shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody would be like, "Oh, I thought I saw something." He'd be like, "What?" He'd be like, "Damn, I don't know what." And then people would be like, "I don't know. I think it was this." And people will start formulating different ideas about because we have to come up with some type of answer to explain shit that we can't fundamentally explain. You feel me?
Yeah, that's why I say like morality is always in stark contrast to reality. So reality is one way, but our morality says this way. We can't control reality, so we develop morality as a sort of tool to give us comfort. Killing is bad. No, murder is wrong. We live in a reality where it happens. So we have these morals, and they're always in stark opposition to what reality is. It's our attempt to control.
Yeah, and even morality is subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for sure.
Yeah, man. Any more questions down there, man? In that bottom, because I think we're at about the 2-hour mark, ain't we? How long we been rocking, yo?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know when you started, but probably around 11. So I think
they used to give it a daggone time down there, mother. Why? They say they just gonna go for hours. It don't matter.
Huh? The chat.
No, I say they don't show us the time. You see the time, see how long we've been rocking. I guess they say the hell with that. They gonna rock. Let them rock out.
Yo, shout out to astrophysics, man. Yeah, shout out to astrophysics, man. You got some good branding, brother. You coming out your head, man. You coming out your head with some expressions of look at that, Ma'at wings. I see an eye up the roof. See some cobras. Nice. I got your email notifying me that my order has shipped. So I know you're running on automatic, but shout out to Afrophysics Clothing, brother.
Is he on a different stream or something?
Yeah, you're on a different stream.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm only talking to one guy right now.
Yeah, the chat be rocking like
okay.
All them on no damn West Coast. That niggas be rocking out.
What's wrong with you, James?
No, I was just talking about Afrophysics, man. I got the email indicating that my order has been shipped, man. And I'm just saying, shout out to Afrophysics.
Oh.
Or is it pronounced physiques? What's Ain't that your company? Ain't that your company?
Hell no. That's what I'm talking about.
No.
Wait a minute.
It's Abjuware, right?
Now get out of here, man. Yo, I ordered shit from somebody else, man.
Yeah, nigga.
Absolutely. Astrophysics.
Yo, you ain't got that no religion t-shirt, man?
Yeah, nigga, you say astrophysics, yo. What the hell is that?
Oh man, somebody's bootlegging your stuff, man.
What?
Astrophysics?
No, I said Afro. You don't know the name of your company?
Hell no, it's Abjuware.
Oh shit, man. It's not Afrophysics?
You stupid, yo.
Somebody said it. Yo, don't you have that uncolonized t-shirt, man?
No, nigga, that ain't mine, man. You just put some shit to
Oh,
somewhere else.
man.
Then you just shouted them out in this motherfucker. I'm about to definitely put you on.
Yeah, I thought it was the two fears. Yeah, North African Mike's like, yeah, it wasn't the two fears that did that with the skulls and shit.
Oh my
And
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh,
What?
man.
Well,
I
I
didn't
can't
say-
focus.
That doesn't surprise
I
me
can't
at
see,
all,
yo, you
right?
got
With
the
those
thing
early
going, yo.
cultures.
Oh shit. Hold up. God damn. No. That's not God damn. This one. Yo, I apologize. Yo, I bought some shit too, about $100 worth.
Really, nigga? Wow.
Man, I saw
Then
you
get a
at-
refund. Get a refund and buy something from Abjuware.
You wild out,
Click
nigga.
that refund button.
How you do that, yo?
shit, man. Because I could have sworn I seen you advertise this no religion t-shirt. I am
You
the
probably
God.
stole that. Let me see. You know how niggas do shit. That's what black people do.
No, I am the God part.
So I was wondering if thought somebody may have been jacking your stuff.
That's not your product?
Nah, nigga. Send that to me. Let me see. I'm gonna get them shut down. I'm gonna do the white person shit. Let me shut you down, nigga. Let me see. Send it to me. Where you at?
Are you saying you don't have the uncolonized tribe t-shirt?
No, nigga. Let me see. Where you at? Put it in the chat. Then you don't know how to do the chat right here.
Spinning with Inky.
Put it in the chat. You see the chat, yo? You know how to get to the chat right here, right? I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah. Inky said thanks.
No, better yet, I could just do this. Look,
You don't gotta do that more advertising, nigga. Put it right here in this chat.
From the email? It's the email.
No, right here. Come on, yo.
Order was shipped.
Man,
I'll put it in the chat, man.
Nah, I'm saying right here in this chat where we at. There's a chat. Do you see me?
Oh, you mean right up in here? Yeah.
Look, yo, I just said, yo, see that?
You mean in the chat?
Mm-hmm. Put it in there.
The back chat, the Zoom chat.
The back chat, the Zoom chat.
Yeah, Inky said he appreciate your support though.
I know he got Inky. That's some wild ass shit. That's some stole shit. Man, he worth suing these broke ass niggas.
Say your gift basket and stuff.
He's broke, yo. That shit be crazy, yo. Like I got enough creativity, and this motherfucker not to steal nigga shit. Niggas do it all the time.
Who it is? You know who it is? You see it? Do you look up?
He ain't put it in there yet. He taking forever to put it in there. You don't.
1 second.
James, just copy and paste and drop it in there, yo.
I am, man. 1 second. I got it. I'm looking at the motherfucking I'm looking at the logo. I'm thinking, damn, Unc got some decent looking shit. Shit.
What, like where you just get that out of nowhere, yo?
Nah, I looked at your product that you was. I thought it's your product, man. My word. Look at it and tell me if this ain't the shit that you selling.
You ain't put it in there, yo.
Wait, 1 second. I'm copying and pasting in a second.
Yeah, nigga, you.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh shit! It ain't the format ain't come out right.
No, just
I copied and pasted in the message. The format ain't come out right. You can't even see it.
no, yo, just you don't. Why would you do that? Just copy the link.
Oh, yeah. Now you got me frazzled and shit.
No, yo, the link. The link.
I know.
Click on and go to the website.
You
Yeah, you went hard, yo. You pseudo's fuck.
He in the car with you, that's your rider.
Yeah, he even rolled out to the abyss. Yo, I thought I got that. Yo, that wasn't your shit. Nah, nigga. Fuck it, this shit was fire though. You know that niggas do like that, yo.
Jesus.
Yo, so you copied the whole thing, yo.
Drop it.
He did. He put it in there, but he copied and pasted. Instead of just copying the link, he put the whole thing in there. He put everything.
Oh, my fault. There's the link.
Yeah, I know Afro.
Afrofitted.com. Let's see what that shit is. You done bought a SAR shit. Afrophysics. You just over there buying all type of shit.
And last night I'm talking about discount code and fucking around and shit. thinking this shit.
I'm looking.
man.
You know, I got like three things on the hat.
Well, that's probably my or you mean the products? What he sell? Hats, t-shirts, hoodies.
Nah, nigga, this ain't my shit. I wouldn't make. I mean, I ain't trying to hate, but god damn, yo. Yeah, they definitely.
It looks similar. It looks similar to your site, doesn't it?
Egyptian now with the Egyptian.
No, I like this. I'm gonna give him credit for that.
Shit, man. Ain't that some shit? Fucked up now, man.
He said a bitch your no religion t-shirt.
But and then last night, yo.
Oh, he's got the no religion.
Yeah,
They got you.
Hey,
They got you.
Hey, yo, but you know if a nigga ain't if they ain't selling a knockoff, nigga, then you ain't really got nothing. Never forget that.
Yeah.
Got the knockoff. I like that knockoff though. I like that. It's nice.
Damn,
I've seen that before. Damn. But I can't believe you just went over there and spent that bread like that. Yo, that's some bullshit.
Wow. End up at afrophysics.com.
But it was yours, man.
Do not patronize Afrophysics.
Yeah, they stealing and shit. Damn.
I thought it was your shit, man.
Nah, nigga, I wouldn't make nothing like that.
See, y'all, the show went so long, it went into my cocktail hour. Next thing you know, I'm saying, I'm sure this is Ankh site. Here it goes. Let me make the order. Yo, I'm pressing the button. And last night, and I pressed the button and ordered it. They just sent me earlier today. They must have sent the email that the order has shipped. And that's what I was talking about. That, yo, your branding is nice. It looks good. And the order is shipped. And that's why you didn't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
At least you're getting it.
That's the same shit I go through with Sosa, man.
Dang.
Oh, snap. Yo, okay, I'll find. So
they got the white and blue. They got the white and blue no religion. And they got the cream and red.
Have products that say no religion.
Yeah, they bit. It's completely bit the brother.
No creativity around this bitch.
Yeah, that's it. That's your brand, right, Unc?
Yeah.
That's
and I got the whistle coming for it. I can just
So
I'm not dreaming.
Right? That no religion from Ankh for sure. Oh my!
They got the God particle.
Yeah, the God particle piece.
The product, the God particle.
You caught that one too, right?
Wow.
Nigga in the chat watching, yo.
They got
slap the shit out you when I catch you though.
And then they got the Ankh sitting in the middle of the electron orbit. So that's like I'm gonna just hit you with the slap in the face.
Pan-African designs. Why you do that, Pan-African design?
This better not be Pan-African designs. Pseudo-epigrapha. This is a pseudo-epigrapha site. Nah.
Pan-African design actually got some shit crispy.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm just talking.
No, we know the brother don't do nothing like that.
Shit, yo, but you ain't supposed to steal nigga shit.
The God particle and the no religion is a knockoff.
I ain't do God particle. I'm gonna do the goddamn particle. Hey, you see, there you go, James. Click that. You wild out.
Yeah, the link normally goes into the chat, so you can just click on the link in the chat, take it directly there. But I can understand how you confuse the Abjeware with afrophysics.com. That's
if you Google it, you'll probably get both.
Look at that no religion t-shirt. Ain't that the same thing?
Yeah, he stole it. They just, you know how niggas do it.
They lift. Yeah, they lift.
Yeah, but that's all right. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna hate them and participate. All right. I just take that design right off that motherfucker.
Got more products than them too. All right. Okay. Well, I know the dilly now, man. Okay,
yeah, nigga, I got shirts, jackets. Look, put your camera on. Look.
Man, what about those pseudo killer hoodies, man? Yeah, I like that. I like that white.
Yeah, James.
You can't have too many crispy white shirts like that.
Oh yeah, that's real.
You can't. Right? I like the Hugo Bosses myself, but I like the Abjeware symbol there. That's nice.
Look.
Yep.
You wear this when you fly your plane, don't you?
Yeah. We have a a shoulder board for the epaulets.
A what?
Epaulets, you know, the captain bars. I forget.
Man, I die laughing if I see you with captain bars. I'm like, you don't know how to drive this motherfucker.
Hey, yep.
That silly captain nigga just made an order on the wrong site.
Right.
Yep.
See how silly you told you, yo. You can't help yourself, yo.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna support him, yo. I'm gonna show him I can support him.
Yeah, that was me, man.
Damn, might have needed that. Damn, boy, you killed me dead, yo. Damn. It is what it is, man. That's the way that shit goes sometimes. I done seen it go all kind of ways, yo. Hard. He was talking about a code. What code, nigga? I ain't got no code. And I was gonna send you some bread too. I was gonna give you a discount.
I know.
Afrophysics is hard though. You should have thought that was Afrophysics. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, Afro.
Yeah.
Physics.
It's in the game, right?
You got a ring to
In
it.
Ankhs, I'm seeing my wings. I'm seeing everything on the symbol.
Nah, that shit corny, yo. The only thing corny is no real shit. I know corny when I say it, nigga. But I do like it.
See how long it's been up.
For a while, it's been
See
there.
how long it. Nigga probably heard that space age African, probably like Afrophysics.
Yeah, I'm saying that's Ankh right there.
Oh, I got music
Fucking
videos.
Afrophysics, nigga. We ain't on that.
Word, damn. Got me, man.
Oh, they got music videos and shit. So you might be able to see.
So I'm gonna take the order.
Oh yeah, the rap.
And now that I know I do wear, now I know where I can get my.
Get your authentic gear, right?
That's right.
You gotta go get your authentic.
Yeah, I've been seeing this though. Yeah, I've been seeing them do that, yo. Yeah, see. This might have just.
Yeah, I was trying to see the damn age of the website when it was when
No,
it
I've
started.
been seeing that. I've been seeing it a while ago.
Y'all getting right
Have you
into
been
it.
seeing this before?
Yeah, I've been seeing it. Debate. I wasn't necessarily mad at that. You know, when niggas bootlegging your shit is like respect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, working with the same Egyptian stuff. Egyptian mixed with the Egyptian symbolism mixed with it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hate if it look nice. I ain't gonna hate.
It's promotion.
Well,
Right?
you know, I was into retail myself too.
I ain't gonna tone. Huh?
2013, I got a contract with Department of Aviation, City of Phoenix, to run the pilot shop up in Deer Valley Airport, and I had employees working it, but I was still flying my shit. And you know, it was a 5-year contract. Made some money. You know, and I think I might have been the only brother that got such a contract from the City of Phoenix. You know, because you got to get that. I got to get that 8A certification, man. I want to start in retirement. I want to start doing something else. There's some things I learned about government contracting that I want to explore. You know, and you guys are in the area, man. You guys are in a unique area. That government contract dollar is right in your grasp.
Yeah, that's Monica.
Yeah, that would be squarely in her wheelhouse for sure.
Yeah.
Government contract for what?
It could be anything. It could be even in retail. But what I'm saying is the contracts that they offer for your response is normally in the form of an RFP. It could be a no bid contract too. But you know, these contracts come around and 8A certified companies normally get the first bid on these things, right? Because it's disadvantage. It's a disadvantaged status. So I think we could take advantage of that. But it's a little known fact. And they, you know, a lot of women in your area take advantage of it. Even when before Windows 95 came out, a lot of them were getting those contracts to outfit Capitol Hill offices with computer systems and stuff like that. This can grow into a pretty big business out there, you know, with those government contracts. They always got some office popping up. They're always pushing some money on, you know, one program or another, and they get space. And then it has to, you know, go through that type of accounting principle when they account for all of these things. You know, sometimes you got to have some kind of relationship with and network with other disadvantages. All of these.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell is you talking about?
You don't know nothing about that, huh?
Nah.
So all that shit I just said rattled off. That shit ain't been.
Yeah, I thought you was doing what you always do.
I'm tracking you. I'm tracking, but again, that like just like Sosa mentioned, there's like our sister Monique.
I'm like, huh? I know.
Our sister Monique with the Dagger Squad. She actually specializes in a lot of this stuff you're talking about. So I think it would be really great, right? If you might want to team up with her and do a show and talk about it. We can chop it up and maybe drill down into it. Right.
I got on her live once when she was talking about some things because the fact is that our youth, if you have youth, if you can get them interested in military flying, they got $200,000 waiting if they go to an HBCU in ROTC. That ain't no money to sneeze at. So and it's out there, but people don't know. So they'll go to an HBCU, maybe even have interest in the military, but they just don't know, so they don't get involved. And of course, with a lot of people being woke, a lot of our kids don't want to fuck with the military, So that's so the military wants.
That's you. You promoting that type shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am with the things.
So you promote don't go to the military, right?
No, if you could navigate it, man, I would say this is some of the best training that you can have. Now, see, by the time I got there in my 20s, like I said, flying jets in the military, sitting on 10 tons of dynamite and living, basically the princely life in this man's Navy. That's a situation that a man has to navigate. A Black American has to navigate because, like I said, they don't want you there. But with good performance, with good, the grades, when you cut the mustard, you can do anything that they can do, and even better. I found myself in a situation that they can't get nice like me, so I'm gonna succeed here. But the only thing, when they come at you, you got to be prepared. You got to be prepared to fight back. You got to be prepared. And you
went off to fight. I don't know what. You know what?
We always end back into avionics.
What the hell? How did you get there, yo? How did you manage to do that, Jane? You went from going to military, you can cut it. I'm saying, yeah. Then you start saying they're gonna come at you. Oh, nigga.
Listen, no one is immune. Listen, the highest ranked military person that's Black in this country is on their ass, right? Nobody is immune. You got to be on your P's and Q's, right? You got to be, because no one is immune to the attacks. I was in there too. Now, I was successful in the military. However, I was not without attack. And I'm saying it's there. And I'm the last motherfucker they should fuck with. So I'm saying, if a kid knows how to navigate, if he learns how to navigate and succeed there, he can come out with some good training that can be a marketable skill when he gets into the secular world. That's all I'm saying. You got to be able to market it, navigate that. Does that make sense?
Hell no.
I don't know why, but well, no, that's not your area. I mean, that's not your area. You on the ground level. You
gotta love James, You just got to love James.
We just did a rabbit hole. We just went to the
rabbit hole, dive out the motherfucker.
Nah, while I fly, y'all be digging the rabbit.
I'm gonna summarize what you're saying, James, real quick. Listen, Black folks go into the military. It ain't gonna be easy. They don't want you there. But if you navigate your way, you stay on your P's and Q's, when you come up on the other end, you'll be just like James.
Ain't nobody trying to stop you from doing nothing.
Better.
James, I reject that. Nobody's trying to stop you from doing nothing.
Yeah, but
especially in that shit.
We got work to do with the kids, man. Looking for the future. We got work to do because we got some good duty that's ahead of them, and there's lots of stuff to achieve socially. But militarily, we've laid some groundwork. right? We've laid some groundwork. All I'm saying is the attacks are still there. You got to be prepared with your congressman, prepared, your elected official, get familiar. Man, I had to deal with my congressman in order to get these people off my ass. Now, the only thing why they will pull back is because when you get to a certain grade, your rank is by an act of Congress. So they don't want to piss off anybody in Congress. So then they gave me a fair shake. But I had to get my congressman on that ass, But I know you guys don't know what I'm talking about, man. Like I said, I'm talking from a bird's eye view, and y'all be digging rabbit holes. So how the fuck we gonna understand each other?
What?
He's age, but the rest, James is the one flying here.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I tell you what.
Yo, you definitely flying through the air with the greatest of ease, yo. You gotta stop.
You're damn right, because I'm not
Christ.
I'm not in the mainstream at all. I'm surfing on the motherfucker, and I'm trying to drop science, but everyone can listen or hear. But you can
No, keep in mind, right? James is retired, so he can say all the things that he wants to say now.
Damn, boy.
I wonder if he was so firebrand when he had a day job.
That's my point.
You would put a congressman on there.
That's my point.
James, they wasn't messing with
Right.
James because
We all
after James reached a certain
right.
rank,
We're all very vocal, when our checks aren't on the line, right?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like now it's like to hell with them.
Right there. Been there for 30 years.
My retirement is secured. To hell with them.
The other way around. It was the other way around.
Stop it.
The hell with them got
Crazy,
me where I am. They don't respect you if you pussyfoot around.
Right.
Who's the thing?
You punch
I
him
like the thing.
any of your supervisor. The little twerp, you might have a little twerp supervising very live.
What's up, Chef Now? Pseudo killer official. What's good?
Peace.
Sure.
Peace.
All right.
We had a peaceful night, man. What you want?
Brains to her.
Chef gonna start some trouble. Watch.
Not me, not today. I ain't got the energy.
You guys talking about the military. We get the Bishop of Humanity in here. You guys talking about serving in the military? What? Why would you do that?
No, I mean, that's a lot of money to deal with, though, for the future. You see, there's not enough military personnel in the aviation environment.
Yeah, what's good though, man? I don't want to hear that. What's up, Chef?
Let's bring Chef on.
Yeah, Cedric was talking crazy about Mesopotamia earlier in the chat.
Uh-oh.
What did you say about me? What was crazy?
I'm here to stand up.
I said the Indus region is older than the both of them. I'm done. I'm even arguing that. Since we're gonna do who's the oldest.
The what?
Indus region.
The what? The what?
Indus?
India.
Oh yeah, you made that up. Yeah.
I didn't make it up. I didn't make it up. I could saw something.
What do you mean? I'm saying oldest far
Civilization.
No, they don't say that. Where you get that at?
Yeah, they had a parallel sort of thing. They built their societies without any outside influence in India, right?
No,
Right.
India actually
there ain't no isolated culture.
Couldn't hear you. What'd you say? Y'all was talking over the man. What'd you say?
India was connected to Mesopotamia. There's a lot of
overlap. Yeah.
Cedric, you wrong.
Yeah, they had a lot of trade. You could see the what they call it, the stone. The stone. We actually talked about that on an earlier show. When we had the trade maps that goes from the trade that was going from the Indus Valley region, right, from India up into Mesopotamia, and then you see those goods flow from Mesopotamia through the Levant into Egypt as well. What was the name of the stuff? I can pull up that map. It was interesting because it was in that Smithsonian map that we have, Chevron.
Mm-hmm.
that shows the goods that were exchanged, right?
Now, are you far back as the Persians? The Persians were the first ones to
That's
conquer,
around 700.
right? Or is it Alexander?
So this was before Alexander. This was around was this middle kingdom? I think this was around the middle kingdom, if I'm not mistaken.
Then you must be
it was a few weeks ago. So
around the time when the Persians conquered Egypt, around that same time, they must have been going in the other direction too, right?
let's see.
Y'all tripping.
Let's see if we can find that.
Hmm.
You gotta
Yeah.
get
I feel what you're
Chef, I
doing.
just
No, but
put
go
my
ahead, man.
source. See, Chef, I just put my source in the back chat. Put it up.
We not listening to your source.
Oh, what you see? You see? Now you tell me I pull it up, man. I didn't make it up. I have a source. Read it.
Is it valid?
So I'm not having this whole whether Mesopotamia or Egypt come first because I found one that came earlier. Checkmate.
What? What the hell is this though, Cedric? Cedric.
Something he wrote himself.
Scroll staff? What the fuck is scroll staff? I thought you were
oh man.
I told
Chef,
y'all what the
Chef
I
wanted
need
to
to
get
look
to
at
this
it.
argument that Mesopotamia developed in
Damn.
Egypt.
Hold on,
culture.
here. Let's
I'm
share
not
the
getting
screen.
in it. I'm not
Hold on.
getting in it. Read that, Chef. I found one that is older. Checkmate. I'm done.
What the hell is this? First of all,
What the hell?
this some Indian scrolling in. What
What are you doing?
Are you serious?
What?
All right, let's see if you misread it.
Is that an ad? Is that an advertisement?
Yeah, in the middle
No.
of nowhere. I'm trying to get it off this moment. That's how cheap this site is. Got ads on it.
Oh,
Yo, if you got ads
Oh.
on your shit, don't fuck with it. Here you go.
yeah.
And this dates back further than thought. Older than Egypt and Mesopotamia.
That shit don't even, the
IITA
title don't
scientists
even
said
make sense.
the researchers said they found evidence to suggest the civilization flourished around 8,000 BCE and not 5,000, as was believed. All right, let's see what the source there. Let's see.
The title don't even make sense. Look at the title. Read that shit again.
And this era dates back further than thought. Older than Egypt, Mesopotamia, IITASI scientists to TOI. Oh, man. What the fuck? All right, let's get to it, goddammit. The Indus Valley civilization dates back 8,000, not 5,000. As was previously believed, a group of researchers from the Indiana Institute of Technology, okay, Car Group, what?
The Indian Institute, not
Indian.
You said India? I mean Indian.
India.
You said
Yeah, is that a
Indiana.
real place? Is that a real college? An organized survey of India has claimed, has claimed in a new paper, the Times of India reported, oh man, where the source at?
I'm just messing with Chef. I'm not gonna let Chef drag me into that Mesopotamia developed Kemet discussion. Hell no.
I didn't
So
say that.
I found one older than both of them, Chef. Checkmate.
Oh wow.
That's not an official study. But I'm just messing with Chef.
Yo, we haven't found it. We can't even find no sources. Damn.
That's just
Well, the source supposed to be got contribute now. Nigga, you supposed to put the source there so we can see. Yeah.
Nah, that ain't. I'm just messing with Chef. That ain't that. I don't claim that stuff.
Oh, it's the Indian
8,000
Times.
years.
Oh, the
They
Indian
don't have the facts
Times.
for it.
Yeah, all the sources is from well, I see is from them.
Yes, all Indian sources. It's not peer reviewed. It's just a claim. I'm just messing with Chef.
Yeah, I mean, but I could see it being people shit there though. I don't know why they even had to. All that shit is around the same.
Everybody wants to be the oldest.
Yeah, but I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, it wouldn't even be a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't a big deal. Because you know you can go in the Sahara and find the same type of shit. Oh, 20,000. If that's the game everybody want to play.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
What about the
city?
what about the calculating device they found in the Congo in 1960s that they attribute as the first calculating device, and that it migrated north into Kemet. What about that?
I think y'all get mixed up human occupation mixed up with motherfucking civilization.
All right, bro. Gotcha.
So y'all see early human occupation in the Sahara and then in Egypt and the Sudan, and y'all take that as civilization.
Right.
Right. So you see human remains, you see human early structures and things like that, and y'all take that and think that that's civilization. That's not civilization.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, you guys see this?
Otherwise, Göbekli Tepe would be civilization.
Right.
I know exactly.
Yeah.
Sure it wasn't?
Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, it wasn't?
Nah.
Oh, okay. All right.
They didn't live there. They
It's culture.
So y'all, the hell y'all talking?
No, you can call it culture. You can call it culture, right? But it's not civilization. Like yo,
but with civilization, I'm listening. So a nigga, they built a big ass motherfucking temple. Think about what you're saying. In Göbekli Tepe, they built a big ass motherfucking temple, obviously able to have food and large populations. They just decided to buy. That's like saying in America they didn't have no damn civilization.
Who would say that?
So did the Native Americans have a civilization? Because they was mobile. Yes or no?
Yeah, we know about Central American civilization.
No, I'm talking about not Central America, in America.
I don't know if they had all of the necessary things to call it a civilization.
Well, they sure enough got a lot of their documents using for them. What document did they get for them? Come on now. Come on, Sosa.
What is you making up stuff?
What are the elements?
Don't change it. Don't come on. Don't change it. Come on, Sosa. Where you at, yo?
What? What are you asking?
What's it called, bro?
What are you asking?
The Native Americans had a document that the United States ended up using.
Are you talking about it's supposed to be the precursor to the Constitution?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not familiar with the name though. I never researched.
Pseudo,
I never researched it to check the
Yeah, you can look that right up. So they got civilization. They don't got civilization, but they got a constitution.
The Constitution come from the Magna Carta and other European documents. What is pseudo?
No,
judo is
you
judo.
supposed to know that, yo. You ain't supposed to get caught out there with that. You can go right to Wikipedia.
You just got caught out there.
No, you can read this in the Wikipedia article.
Listen,
you know that. Yeah, I ain't got the engine today. Y'all want it. Y'all can have it. Yeah, y'all can have it.
What's the date on the Indus Valley civilizations that you were talking about, Cedric? What date were they given those early civilizations in your sources? Because I'm looking at this in terms of the first cities. It does put the Indus cities sort of in the ballpark with both Egypt and Mesopotamia, right?
What they said is based on new new dating of using new technology to date the pottery shards, and so they pushed back the date now by some 4,000 years.
Yeah,
but that's all speculative.
Yeah, because we see. Yeah, but in terms of the exchange that we're talking about, we talked about the vessels. You say those pottery shards; those are those chlorite vessels, right? Yeah. That's shown here. That you can see those originate, and they have those Indus inscriptions on those chlorite vessels, and that's how they know that those originate from the Indus region, right? These small red pieces here. You know, if you can see them, you can see this stuff that originated here all the way into Mesopotamia, right? And you can see those inscriptions, right? Actually on those pieces. That's how we know that there was a trade they had some significant sort of trade that was going on between these regions here, right?
What date does that map put it at? What's the date again?
Right.
To get that level of trade, you have to have developed civilization.
This is probably older, or this is like an older source than what Cedric's talking about. But this is the Smithsonian. It puts it around 2600 to 1500 BCE. Yep. Yeah. Right. Which saying that this is a little newer. This is somewhat newer than what you would see pre-dynastic Egypt and Mesopotamia, which is both Egypt and Mesopotamia around 4000 BCE.
And Indus Valley is actually around 2500. So I was just messing with Chef when I pushed the date back based on reality.
And then when you start looking at this, he says trade in the first cities, these timelines, you see the green and the yellow in that very bottom left gradient here, right? Yeah. You see Egypt and Mesopotamia, you see that those are like sort of neck and neck here in terms of the early times there. So again, right, which one was older? Can you say they're contemporary?
Based on the evidence, it appears that Mesopotamia is about 500.
About 500. About 500.
Yeah.
Right.
They started with.
To me, it's a blink of an eye. It's the same. It's almost the same.
I see like 1,000 on a live science. You got about 1,000 years after Mesopotamia. A live science I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Yep, so we see.
So I ain't arguing that point. I'm just harassing Chef. But I don't know anyone that actually makes that claim that Egypt is older than Mesopotamia.
What?
Does anyone make that actual claim
that
Egypt is older?
Go ahead, get him,
Man, y'all niggas, man. That's
when you get into okay, well, how do you actually define what is a city, right? How do you define what is I guess you would say what defines a civilization at that point, right?
All right,
what was going on in Egypt when you compare it to what was going on in Mesopotamia, right? That's I think that's where those blurry lines hit in terms of the age between the two. But again, Unc knows a lot more about this than I do.
A civilization is any complex society characterized by the development of a political state, social stratification, urbanization, and symbolic systems of communication beyond natural spoken language, namely a writing system. All right?
That's fair enough.
Civilizations are intimately associated with additional characteristics such as centralization, the domestication of plant and animal species, including humans, specialization of labor, culturally ingrained ideologies of progress, monumental structure, taxation, societal dependency upon farming, and expansionism. Right? See, all of these things got to be in play in order for it to be called a civilization. Anything other than that on a lower form would be just culture. And it could be pastoralist cultures. It could be any culture that moves around and grazes, right? They can show signs, you know what I mean, of what a civilization is, but the centralization factor, the sedentarism, the written language, all of those things, those pastoralist societies are not going to have all of the things that we call civilization. That's why half of the shit in the Sudan and Egypt that Unc talks about, right, is human occupation sites. They're not civilizations. So it's culture, definitely culture, but not civilization.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
If in the
That's why I stay beating the brakes off y'all niggas, but I'ma chill. See?
Now I want
See-
you to get
see what y'all
no,
niggas
no. Wait. Hold up. In
He
the
about to get us
early,
to
You gotta
early brothers.
see, I'm right here right now. Nigga, I'm halfway through, nigga.
Right.
I'm gonna let y'all
Uh-oh.
niggas read. Let me tell y'all what
Uh-oh.
these niggas is doing right now. This is what they doing. They doing that old-fashioned shit. I'm a space-age African, where they look at Mesopotamia, look at the
Egypt.
villages, they do all that shit, and they place it on Africa, right? They discount the way civilizations come together. And this is real shit. They have placed the European ideology on everybody. Like, if it ain't this way, then it ain't that. And I'm saying that shit because I can prove and verify that. But I ain't arguing tonight. I'm gonna let it go. I'm
Here's the
gonna
question.
chill. But just know, yo, a champion always motherfucking arrives.
Here's
Always.
the question.
Just know
If in
that.
the-
I saw that
if-
brick you
if
had
in
in
the
your
earliest
hand.
Just know that.
I saw that brick you got.
They wrote about Egypt,
Hold on,
whereas
listen up.
Egypt's
Listen
early
up.
situation,
That book is
you don't
not
hear
the
about
authority.
Listen up. Listen up.
That
We
book is
don't
not
listen
the
to this
authority.
nigga. This nigga on, we don't listen to Sosa, because Sosa, you super stuck.
I read the book.
You didn't read so much of that old shit. You just stuck.
I read books newer than that book. That book ain't
Okay,
that.
nigga, I can't tell.
Yeah, I read that book.
You ain't reading no 500-page book in a.
I read that book, bro. I got the audio book. I don't sit down and read. I listen to the shit.
Oh, nigga.
Hey.
So what you saying?
You ain't read it. That's what we saying.
Nigga, I'm halfway through, nigga. I'm reading, nigga. What you talking about, nigga?
Yeah, like I said, I went
Shit,
through the
nigga,
book.
I can read. Nigga, I can read 300
And
pages in a
I'm
day.
way
Y'all
more
got me
familiar with
fucked up.
all the
I'm
verbiage.
talking to the wrong nigga. Y'all
I'm way
fuck
more
y'all
familiar with all the verbiage that's in that book.
You said what?
You got to read. I'm way more familiar with all the verbiage and all the claims that he's
Who?
going against that's in that book. You got to read the other people's book to even know the claims that he's going
Man,
against.
I've been reading, dog. Listen, bro. I love archaeology, nigga. I'm gonna look at the archaeological record. That shit you doing, yo, that's some halfway shit. You basically halfway crook. Strap
So,
up. Nigga.
so what do you disagree with what I
I'm
said?
saying that civilizations, right? Like this is what they know now, right? That there's no one in particular way to be considered a civilization.
That one must have known.
What the fuck am I talking? Somebody
But
talking?
if this
James,
right,
man, James, chill. Oh,
James,
mute him out.
hold on.
Put him on
That
mute or
means
something.
they left.
Yeah, put him on mute or something.
I'm on. Oh, sorry about that.
Just mute out, bro. Mute out. Go ahead.
Saying, man, like the way you reach chieftains or kings, the shit they met, they called niggas chieftains that was wasn't even fucking chieftains, they was motherfucking, they was rulers in their own right, but they called them chief. They fake niggas out, fuck niggas shit up. Then Chef, no, man, you come over here to England, these niggas own 100 yards and they the great kings of England, some wild shit like that. Come on,
England.
Man. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Them castles and shit. You know what I'm talking about? England, nigga, Britain. You know what I'm talking about? The kings, they was calling
Jump
kings.
off of the conversation.
I'm just saying, yo, when you're in Britain and you only got 100 motherfuckers, you're a king. When you're in Africa and you got 100 motherfuckers, you're a chief. You know what I'm saying? Come on, dog. Yeah, if you can be a ruler, yo, and only got 100 yards, you're fucking ruler. And you don't have to have a centralized government like that to do that. Matter of fact, your government can change from spot to spot. When you migrating to your summer spot, the government structure change. When you back in another spot, your governmental structure change. You know what I'm saying? It's based off the goddamn people. Come on, man.
All right, so listen. Historically, a civilization has often been understood as a larger and more advanced culture, in implied contrast to smaller, supposedly less advanced cultures. In this broad sense, a civilization contrasts with non-centralized tribal societies, including the cultures of nomadic pastoralists, Neolithic societies, or hunter-gatherers. However, sometimes it also contrasts with cultures found within civilizations themselves, Civilizations are organized, densely populated settlements divided into hierarchical social classes with a ruling elite and subordinate urban and rural populations, which engage in intensive agriculture, mining, small-scale manufacture, and trade. Civilization concentrates power, extending human control over the rest of nature, including over other human beings.
Hey, what are you reading from, Chef?
I'm reading from the wiki.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the other things that we're talking about, in the Sahara and all these other places, there is definitely culture, but it hasn't reached it, and it goes into making a civilization. Like, I'm not saying that these early cultures are not the stepping stones to people moving, you know what I mean, into what will become civilization. If that's what you're saying, yes, I totally agree.
No, I'm saying that in certain
Corey said send him the link too. In the iPhone chat.
Yeah, like the Green Sahara is not a civilization.
Yeah, just because you got stone structures does not make it a civilization.
Yo, you gotta hear yourself though, yo. You got look at Jabal Tepe, right? These niggas, they got temples, right? So you take the time out to build a temple, but you don't take the time out to organize your shit to build that temple. Yo, it takes man. You know what? I'm gonna let y'all stay right there. Stay right there. Hey, stay right there.
So Beckley Tepe was like it wasn't. They didn't live there permanently. It was temporary. They moved.
I know. So you saying okay?
They buried their shit. They built over top of it.
So you saying if you move, then you're not a civilization?
Yeah.
I want to know. So you saying to be a civilization, you have to stay stuck? Is that what you're saying? You have to stay stuck in your government, right? And stuck. That what? Put a fence around your shit.
Centralized.
Yo, you can still have a king. You're moving. You still can do that.
There was no. Who's a
All right,
king?
let me find the Native Americans.
Who was a king? Put together.
Let's see.
Listen, Mesopotamia.
Who was a king in Gobekli Tepe? Who was a king in Gobekli Tepe?
Y'all can't even read that shit. They say that. Really, y'all serious, yo?
Mesopotamia older period.
No, it's not.
Simple and plain.
No, it's not. You know what you're talking about. You just talking shit.
Yeah, ain't no king in Gobekli Tepe.
Hey, who gonna take these controls though?
You can give it to me. I'm up.
All right. Yeah, I ain't arguing that shit tonight, man. I got fucking.
Yeah, you outgunned. You making up shit.
How long y'all been on, man?
Been on since 11.
About 11.
About 2 hours in.
I went on. I did a late one. Goddamn.
No, I ain't outgunned. I'm not gonna let you drag me to an argument, Chef. I'm at peace right now.
Okay, you at peace with your lives.
The stupidity of your overall sweeping mixed with Sosa. You know what I'm saying? The pseudo savior. He saved pseudos and he just stuck. You know what I'm saying? Like the scientific mind just fucking goes away. Before I go away though, I'm gonna do this though.
Yeah.
This is what I'm gonna do for y'all, Negro.
I'm not faded by
just real quick, real fast,
yeah.
real quick, touch them up a little bit.
Ad hominems don't faze me.
Yes, it do, goddamn.
Yeah.
Peace Corps.
That's where you throw your gun. You know what I'm saying? Every time.
That's when you know you got it, man.
Yeah, Wayne said nothing.
Preacher man.
Listen, Wayne said nothing slick to him.
Yes, you did.
We just told him what civilization is.
Tell him the truth.
Feelings hurt.
Chef, tell him the truth, Chef. Corey, tell him the truth. You heard him, right? I know you heard him, Sosa.
No, we just told you and
no, you ain't told me what no damn
civilization was. And we said Mesopotamia was older.
Claim civilization was. Nigga, that's stupid as hell.
That's the truth. See, I know how to hurt y'all feelings.
You ain't hurt my feelings.
Because y'all racist.
If Mesopotamia is older, how come they were writing about Egypt, whereas around the same time, Egypt ain't writing about them? If you know about somebody, but they don't know about you, the chances are that other person, Egypt came first. If they wasn't writing about them.
That's a crazy.
Does that
That's
make sense?
true. That's a good point. I want to see you make it though.
Yeah, but I mean, but the culture
Go
that's
get
writing could be aware of a whole bunch of cultures that was not aware of. They're more advanced.
You gonna call me pseudo?
The reach extends further. You feel me?
No, it was a question. It was really a question.
James, your questions be halfway statements though.
Mm-hmm.
You make a 25% question and then 75% statement. That's what that was.
Corey, who woke you up, man?
Yeah, like I said, I never verified. I've heard that claim, but I never verified it though. That's why I don't stand.
Nah, I don't have any source for that, Corey. But it was a question because it seems to me that Mesopotamia is writing about Egypt. And in their best writing, they always talk about graven images. Where you find the graven images? Egypt.
I don't think you're making shit up.
Right? Where you find other gods.
That ain't their images of graven images.
Go get that, James. I'm trying to find a Native American Constitution.
What?
Yeah, that was nuts. I ain't even get it. I skipped over that, Sosa.
Yeah, he looking for it. I can tell the determination on his face. He's like, God damn it.
No, I got it though. I mean, why would y'all think I'm just sitting here just, come on, man. Y'all know y'all slow as fuck.
Nah, like I said, I never verified.
Y'all ain't even been around long enough to get caught up. A nigga didn't caught me with it before. I done got caught with the shit. Man, y'all gonna get caught the way I got caught.
Like I said, you can't be right. I never verified, so
I know y'all didn't. We gonna go.
You talking about the Iroquois Confederacy?
Nigga, I'm talking about the Constitution.
I was very specific.
I don't know about all that, dog.
Exactly. So I'm already 2 steps ahead of you.
Okay, so then what we talking about?
Argument.
So what we talking about? What we talking about then? Then you holding back line. Then you lying.
No, I'm waiting for you to try to make the argument.
I don't gotta make an argument. I said the roots to the Constitution came from the Native Americans. What I said. Oh. You said something. I don't even know what you talking about. Talking about the Cherokee.
You looking for like
I didn't say nothing about Cherokee. I said Iroquois.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think it's another one. He probably
Cherokee.
I think it's called Pump. Some with a P.
The Iroquois Confederacy.
Shawnee, talking about the Shawnee and the Cherokee. What else you talking about? Did you forget them? Don't forget them.
Man, get back to civilization.
Go ahead, put that source on the screen.
Go ahead, put it on there.
Let's see where we at with it.
Can I use the JSTOR, the daily news? JSTOR news.
I don't care what you use.
Let's see JSTOR.
JSTOR is pretty reliable. I wouldn't mind.
Let's see JSTOR. Let's see what they got.
Yeah.
Why it ain't in Britannica though?
No, they racist over there. They racist. I can't listen to nothing Britannica say. They racist.
Nah, I fucks with Britannica.
Oh, I'm not accepting this.
JSTOR would be short.
This is unacceptable.
I'm not accepting.
You really think I'm gonna listen to this?
Hey, what are you doing, bro?
He probably won't be able to get it.
Talking about, yeah.
What are you doing?
The scenes of American philosophy. What you talking about, niggas?
No, we're mocking our brother Pan-African. So we're just teasing. We're mocking Pan-African design.
There you go.
American Indian
Constitution and their influence on the United States Constitution by Robert J. Miller.
Okay.
Yeah, that ain't no bullshit.
What is
say influence? Don't say they created all that crazy shit where niggas overextend the boundaries.
What is this claim?
Right. I want to see that.
I want to see what is the claim?
Because I can go get the Magna Carta and the other European documents that directly they lifted excerpts from.
Yeah, you're probably gonna be able to get it out of JSTOR.
Yeah, I got a JSTOR account. I'm just saying, give me y'all niggas my motherfucker.
Oh, so you just gave us a title.
Yeah, start with that, nigga.
Yo,
Yeah.
Yeah, fight with that. Start right there.
yo,
Great job.
yo gave us a title to
We
an
ain't doing it,
article.
man. This ain't the time for the night. The night we ain't doing it. I'm definitely not doing it.
He
I just
don't
want to touch you up a little bit, give you a little touch. Little touch. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna get out scot-free. You're gonna get some blows on you.
That wasn't no blow. That was we don't know what was in that shit.
You gotta get
Open
it.
that up.
You gotta go get it. I'm trying to find something better. Hold on. All right.
Hey, you got the J-Star account. You ain't give us the password. That's cold blooded. That's cold.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. Let me see.
Yeah, you know, the Cherokee wasn't even right until the Europeans came.
Yeah, so the shit that not even making sense. But I'm gonna let them keep going down that rabbit hole.
No, it was a good read. Y'all got let me see. Yeah, it wasn't nothing stupid. No, people try to overextend it, which make it stupid.
So y'all been talking about civilization, right? In the
Yeah, go
Constitution,
ahead.
Yeah, we were
right?
everywhere.
Oh, okay. So y'all ain't heard about what the Supreme Court doing in y'all modern civilization today?
Talk about it. What they doing? No, what they doing? They chopping it up. Go
Let me
ahead,
tell-
bro.
I need to get at because I need to get at Sosa and Sheffrin. Really, I came on here to beef. I got beef with Sosa and Sheffrin.
All right, go ahead.
And I'm glad finally.
Hot. I mean, I'm talking about heated beef. You know what I'm saying? So y'all better be strapped up.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Y'all better be, because it's on site, right? But let me right.
Yeah, I took a nap in the middle of the day, so I'm ready.
So yeah, man, we got the Supreme Court, right? Basically putting in place all the things it need to do to ensure that once we get a strong man, right, we can have a theocracy. We're gonna go. We're going back in time, right? Because of Christianity, because of the harmless thing that Granny and them do every Sunday, right? We're going back in time to medieval times. We got a nigga. We got all these religious zealots in the goddamn Supreme Court, which is supposed to be a neutral court, right? But that's always been a lie, right? It's never been a neutral court. It's always been a court that's got outside influence, right? From day one. And I don't care what nobody tell you, that the Supreme Court always got outside influence, right? It's just about who has the majority in the Supreme Court, right? Do we have actual people who understand and believe in the Constitution, right? Or do we have religious zealots in there? So we got 5, 6 religious zealots sitting on the Supreme Court. And this is where why I always talk about my anti-theism, right? Because this is the very thing. This is the very number one thing why I'm an anti-theist. Because theists, right, they always impose a goddamn bullshit imaginary friend beliefs on everybody else. And if everybody else don't respect that, right, you're some type of religious hater, or your atheism is starting to seem religious to me. You know, you get those kind of statements when you start to point out the harms that this thought process, this ideology gives you. Once you start to point those things out, You even get people you even get non-believers pointing the finger at you, telling you that you're starting to reek. The odor of religion is starting to come off of you. You know what I'm saying? Because you point out the bullshit, right? But let me tell y'all, we got Thomas, what's his name?
Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucking nigga, the worst kind of nigga I ever seen walk on this motherfucking planet. Believe me, that motherfucker. I wouldn't piss on that nigga if his ass was on fire, right? Worst kind of nigga that ever stepped on this fucking planet is Clarence Thomas, right? Got some his cave bitch, right? She's a conspiracy theorist. She believe in Jewish space lasers and QAnon and shit like this, right? And she running the thing, she running the show in the house. She wearing the pants in the house, right? She got all the connections and all the money, right? Clarence Thomas takes his orders from her, from a goddamn QAnon conspiracy theorist. Not only that, right? Not only is his wife some kind of crazy ass conspiracy theorist, right? But he's a goddamn religious zealot. He think he's some type of Mediterranean nigga or something, right? With his Catholicism, right? I don't know what kind of nigga is a Catholic, right? But this nigga,
Many niggas is Catholic.
I don't know what kind of nigga is a goddamn Catholic, right? But this nigga's a Catholic, which is crazy, right? Then we got Brett Kavanaugh, a goddamn rapist. This nigga done raped 2-3 women in college. Got clean away with it, right? When a crime against the women, just like the babies, is a crime against humanity. But he got his religious, he has his religious community, his religious structure, infrastructure, right? His religious backing, the religious veil, the shield that they put out for him, right? You know, them Catholics and shit, they got motherfucking child rapists. All you gotta do is transfer them from one church to the next church, and then the police can't find them. So it's some crazy shit that they allow, right? That us allowing these religious zealots to get away with because we don't want to look like we persecuting these motherfuckers, right? So there's things that we have to allow these motherfuckers to get away with so we don't look like something. I wish we would look like we was persecuting them motherfuckers. If a motherfucker hide a child rapist, a child molester, right? A child abuser, you're using your organization, the First Church of Christ. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. The First Church, Sosa. I said the First Church of Christ. The first one, the number one, the one of all ones, right? The niggas that got $1 trillion, you know, the First Church of Christ, the Vatican is sitting on $1 trillion. Now, how is that? It's only one way you can be sitting on $1 trillion, but we ain't even gonna get into that right now. We're gonna get into that later. But it's only one way to sit on $1 trillion. But we'll talk about that later. But these niggas are sitting on $1 trillion. And they using this money, part of this money, not to hide child rapists. But some people say, oh, that's just what Granny and them do on Sunday. It's harmless. No one's gonna get hurt from being a goddamn religious idiot. Ain't nobody, no one's gonna get hurt from that, right? Again, that's Brett Kavanaugh, right? Religious zealot. Then we got Amy Coney Barrett. This crazy motherfuckers from my town, right? She went to school and spent a lot of time. I don't know if she was born here, but she spent a lot of time here, right? Most of her life here in South Bend, Indiana, right? As y'all know, Notre Dame, one of the richest institutes in the United States of these Americas, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the richest institutes in America, right? Running these folks is running a cult, got women serving men, and they can't speak, and they can only look at the floor, and all. This is where they done found out that Amy Coney Barrett was a part of this cult. This religious, it's a section of extra religious zealot Catholics that we're Catholic. The first church, right? The Notre Dame, right? The Basilica. They church is called the Basilica, right? The Basilica is not religious enough for them, for Amy Coney Barrett. They're not zealot enough for her. She has to join a cult that's even more religious. That's medieval times religious. In a cult, making decisions on a goddamn Supreme Court. What the, and y'all talking about civilization? Y'all talking about civilization? Then y'all got the other white motherfucker. I can't remember his name. Somebody gonna say it. Another religious zealot. I mean, it's shameful. They write these op-eds, right? These anonymous op-eds, and somebody leaks or finds out that it was possibly or more than likely written by one of these justices, one of these supreme justices, and they write op-eds, which is a opinion editorial. That's what an op-ed is. It's an opinion editorial. And they start to clue in the congressional and senatorial people who get these people confirmed, right? And they write these op-eds to kind of sneak and let them know, like, this is what we really talking about. This is what we really trying to do. You know, these niggas gonna they trying to take away contraceptives. Listen carefully here. In 2022, we have a group of religious zealots sitting on the highest court. I repeat, the highest court in the nation for a lifetime. I need to repeat that one more time because I think y'all think I'm bullshit. I think y'all think that I'm bullshit. These people, these religious zealots are sitting on the highest court in the land for a lifetime. And when y'all talk about civilization is crumbling. Democracy is crumbling right in front of your goddamn face. Because we say, oh, there's nothing wrong with being crazy as fuck. It's not gonna harm anybody if you have fucked up ideology in your brain, right? Nothing's gonna happen harmful to people if you have bad beliefs. It's just your beliefs. That's what everybody be wanting to convince everybody of. They want you to believe that it's harmless. No harm's gonna come by. This is their belief. They should have a right to believe, right? This is what everybody say. This is what white folks say to non-believing white folks. This is what Mexican folks say to non-believing Mexican folks. This is what black folks say to non-believing black folks. They start hollering. They get at the top of the goddamn mountain and start hollering, "Granny, Granny." Well, let me tell you, Amy Coney Barrett, one day she gonna be somebody's granny, right? Clarence Thomas, black crazy ass, that black ass crazy ass motherfucker, he is somebody's granddaddy. So now look at Clarence Thomas. Look at the dumbass nigga Clarence Thomas. Look at this crazy motherfucker Clarence Thomas. Then look back at me and say, well, granddaddy ain't never harmed nobody. Granddaddy's beliefs, what granddaddy believes is not gonna harm anybody. We gotta stop that shit. We gotta stop it. We gotta cut it out. We gotta tell these motherfuckers, look, that shit is crazy. And you gotta start out early telling them that, right? You can't wait to tell them, yo, you crazy as fuck when they until they own a goddamn highest court in the land for a goddamn lifetime. Now it's too late to tell Amy Coney Barrett she crazy in a motherfucker. Who can tell her she crazy in a motherfucker now? At this point, now who can tell her she's crazy in a motherfucker? When all of this shit come out, watch how much shit starts coming out about this Supreme Court. Watch. When all of this shit happens and all this shit start coming out, then we gonna start seeing what religion really can do. Then we gonna see what the white folks was running from. Why the reason why we got America here, and one of the earliest constitutional provisions, right, was the separation of church and state. The separation of church and state is what America was founded on, y'all.
Mhm.
Why?
It's in the Constitution too.
Yes. Why though, Sosa? Why was they founded on that?
Yeah, to separate religious ideology from
Because they was over there in England, them religious motherfuckers went goddamn nuts crazy over there. They already know about the Dark Ages. You think them white folks don't know about the Dark Ages? That's why they ran their ass over here and you know it was hard. Them white folks went through hell in a handbag trying to get over this motherfucker.
Corey, he's still a long way from a theocracy.
But Corey,
Where we may be, Sosa.
Corey, you're wrong.
Say this.
The crazy ones came over here.
Hold on, Super.
The crazy ones came over here.
I never said a religion was a danger. I said when and where. That's why my opinion was such with Ben Carson. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm cool with his expertise in neuroscience, but you know, not applying that to science.
Right. But what I'm saying we got Clarence Thomas, bro.
Yeah.
Because everybody, let me tell you how we got Clarence Thomas and Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh, right? The goddamn rapist. How we got a goddamn 3-time raper.
Allegedly.
For it, right?
Allegedly.
Let me tell you, because everybody want to be nice. No, Corey, don't say they crazy as fuck. Don't say that.
Clarence
Because,
Thomas was
because
selected.
it's gonna hurt somebody. You religious. If you tell them they crazy as fuck, Corey, yo, you religious with your atheism. Those is the kind of statements
Corey,
when you start pointing out the
let me ask a
bullshit.
question though.
But go ahead.
Who was atheist in those presidential elections or whoever?
I'm sure it was no one announced in America. If you announce that you're atheist, that's the end of your political.
You can't say. I mean, well, you can't say
that.
Well,
I mean, I'm being honest, Sosa, and if you want to not be honest, that's fine. What I'm saying, Sosa, is no one said that an atheist got up and said, "Oh, I don't like these guys." That's not my point. I never said that, right? What I'm saying is, it starts smaller than the Brett Kavanaugh and them, right? What I'm really saying, Sosa, is religion, where we at in this Black community, where we say Granny them, the ideology, the thought process that Granny them got is harmless, right? Those are the things that allow the domino effect, right? That's where you start at. You end up with Annie Coney Barrett. You end up with Annie Coney Barrett. You start out with Granny. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, they were voted in by their party. The Republican is more religious party than the Democrats. I mean, it was voted in, and the president selects their Supreme Court justice. So it's like,
yeah, and it's a plot, right? So I pay a lot of attention to politics, right? It's not. I know a lot of people, just started listening to politics when Trump became president, right? But I've been up on politics years before, right? And what the Republican Party has been doing, right? Because these religious, most people, you just said it, and I appreciate what you just said. Most of the people in the Republican Party are religious zealots, right? For the most part, their main voter base is the evangelical crowd.
Right,
Can we agree to that?
Of course.
Right. So what I'm saying is, these people have most people in America don't agree with Republicans. It's something crazy. Like, it's a number that's so crazy it ain't even funny, right? They got bad ideas. Republicans normally have bad ideas. They can't run on their ideas, right? So what they do, so because they highly religious. So I mean, obviously, a highly religious people is gonna have bad ideas. The majority of people ain't gonna want to deal with that bullshit, right? The issues like pro-life and all that, like majority of people ain't with that bullshit, right? So they have bad ideas. So what they do is they use the court to enforce the minority, to ensure that the minorities' wants are met, right? You can be a losing, you can lose the popular vote because of because of the Supreme Court and the provisions that they put in for the Electoral College and all. You can lose the popular vote and still win the president. Win the president.
Right, but
the minorities
fair,
issues, the minority people issues get put on the forefront with the Supreme Court. You see what I'm saying? In a democracy, it's usually majority rules, right?
But we already talked about it's not a full-fledged democracy, but we have to understand why the electoral votes are in play.
But the thing is, I understand that.
So hold on, do you want to do away with the electoral vote?
I do want to do it. In some way, I don't want to do away totally, but I think we need to do away with the way we got it right now. We need to do away with that shit. Yes, absolutely. So absolutely, the Electoral College is a poisonous place, right? to ensure that majority people, minorities, right? They rule, right? That's what the Supreme Court do, because no one in in Congress and in the Senate, right? They have these bills that are voted upon, and people hear what's in these bills, right? And they hear that these guys, these Republicans, are voting against a lot of these. You know, they voted against the Republicans because they was upset about some other shit that got passed. They voted against passing a bill that allows veterans supplemental health care because they were breathing in cancerous and toxic fumes when they was in Afghanistan, right? They voted that bill down. You see what I'm saying? Normally when you do bullshit like that, you don't have to worry about it next year. You're not going to be voted back in the office. But with the Electoral College and the Supreme Court, right, they make sure those people are able. They have a fight with the bad ideas, right? The slate is tilted towards you with the bad ideas. The minority, the slate is tilted to the minority. They have all of the aid to help them to win. Right? So, in the popular vote, it don't matter. You could have 4 million more votes. I think Hillary Clinton lost the Electoral College, but she won the popular vote. I think she won by 6 million. 6 million Americans said 6 million more everyday average Americans said they wanted Hillary, right, than Clinton. More than they wanted, I said Clinton, than Trump, right? Trump lost the popular vote, but with the Electoral College and the help of the Supreme Court, right, you can be a piece of shit and still win. You can lose by 6 million, but still win. That's why the Electoral College is fucked up, so
Right? Brendan, where you at? Where you at?
Hey, you know what? While we're stripping that out, I'll do you one better, right? I think I've been in complete disagreement with these lifetime appointments at the Supreme Court level for years. I don't believe that's something that should be in place, because I think it's a flaw. I think it's a flaw. The reason why they say it is because they want to eliminate politicization, right? They don't want to politicize the court. So they put the
it is
exactly. But the lifetime appointments only exacerbates it, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
So I am completely against these lifetime appointments at the Supreme Court level. I think
what about the Electoral College?
Even before the Electoral College, I think that should go first. I don't have as much of a problem with the Electoral College as I have with the lifetime appointments.
Right. So how can
I'm in total agreement.
Explain to me how majority vote helps African American population at 13%.
No, it's the ideas, not the fucking skin color, Sosa. It's the goddamn ideas, and that's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all gotta quit that. Quit the fucking skin color, Sosa.
No, the reason
it's your ideas, most black people got the same fucking ideas. Listen.
No, but the reason
Sosa.
Hold on, listen. What I'm saying, I get what you're saying. I'm saying that the reason, when you look at the current election that just passed, is that because the black population came out voting in places like Atlanta and Georgia was one of the major plays that prevented Donald Trump from becoming president, because Georgia had so many electoral college votes. So these different types of swing state allowed that to be in play. You feel me? So if you get rid of that,
so they organized a demographic, right? You're talking about demographics here, right? So they do organize all kinds of, but You can get black people from all kinds of demographics, because black people are a part of all kinds of things, right? So you can get black people that's a part of like the NRA, and the black people that's a part of you got the church, right? You get black people that's a part of the LGBT. You get black people that's a part of legislation against for gun control and shit. Like, there's all kinds of groups that you can get black people join all these groups. They're not on. See, that's the problem.
I get what you're saying, but Georgia has been traditionally a red state.
All right, the thing.
Terms of
Give me a try. Give me a try. Can I say something?
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Can I say something? What
I
happened
was gonna
is
say
that
thanks to old girl though. I just want to put her name out.
Stacey Abrams. Oh yeah.
Stacey Abrams.
Yeah.
Thanks to Stacey Abrams. Not the
change of
church,
blame.
not the motherfucking church and the electoral college and all the rest of it in the Supreme Court and all the rest of the shit, right? Thanks to that black woman, right? Who educates. Her, how she flipped, how she made the state purple, right?
I'm in Atlanta, of course.
She educates.
She's running for governor again.
She's all about educating people on politics, on the things that I'm talking about, Sosa. She's making people aware of those things. That's how that works, Sosa. That's how she did it, right? She makes people aware.
Can I get through?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What happened? You mentioned earlier how the electoral college affects the dynamics. Think about it this way. How many senators do you have in America? 100?
200 and something. I think it's 200.
How much congressman?
Senate in U.S. Senate?
Yeah. How much congressman? You have 200
like 400 or so. It's just a lot of money.
But you have 100.
Brendan might know the number. I'm not sure.
You have 100 senators. Each state have 2 senators. Right? You have 100 senators.
They they have districts. So one state might have more. I don't know. You got a state rep.
No, senators, 2 senators per state.
Okay.
Senators different. You have more congressmen.
Yeah, the congressman. Congressman's a lot.
The problem with the senators is that let's call a white state. The whitest state you can think of. The whitest state you can think of in America would be where?
The whitest state in America? Rhode Island, maybe. I don't know.
All right. Think about a white. Think about a white red state. A white red state.
Kentucky. Kentucky.
Like Kentucky.
Yeah.
Kentucky have a population of how much people? So all of Kentucky have a population of 1 million people. But yet still they have 2 senators. New York have a population of how much black people? About 5 million black people.
Yet no, 6 million people, Americans. It's like 6
million people, but 2 million of them black.
Probably.
2 million of them black, right? But yet still, they only have 2 senators. So the white person vote in Kentucky is equivalent to 6 people vote in New York State. You understand? So 1 million white people have 2 senators. Yet still 6 million most diverse liberal
I think that's another thing that kind of fucks us in the game, right?
Only have 2 senators.
No, because of the white and the black. I think that's fucking us, right? Because it's about the idea. It don't matter.
No. What you're saying to you
who they are, who the people are. It's about what's in their fucking brain.
What you're saying to you that what you're saying to you.
Brain.
No, what you're saying, Corey, is that the electoral college is a problem because it's not one man, one vote.
No, that's exactly right.
Some states, your vote is more powerful than other states. Kentucky might not have a large electoral college, electoral vote, right? It might only have four congressmen, right? But what it has when it comes to passing bills, because bills have to go through the 2 houses. You have to go through the lower house and the upper house. Now, if it's 2 vote each state have, but yet still your state with 1 million people have 2 vote, and Georgia with a heavy population of black people only have 2 votes in the upper house. You realize the problem? The white vote in very white state is more
Mhm.
powerful than the vote in mixed state, in the larger city, in California, which is a mixed state. In the upper house, it is not more powerful than Kentucky. It was a great compromise after the Civil War, which caused that, right? So
Mhm.
it has to be, you have to reform the whole system. That listen, we need to base this thing now on majority, not on states, not on states, because your vote is heavier than my vote. Your voting in North in Dakota or one of those states is heavier than the man vote in New York. Right? And as a result of that, you can get to choose the Supreme Court justice. Because when a justice dies, you can hold up the progress in the upper house until your president come into power. And
Yep.
then you get an Amy Cohen and the
Mhm.
lunatic. You can
They did
until you
that.
get these lunatics. And they did that before.
That's what Mitch McConnell. They just did that.
Yeah,
Got done
but
doing
the
it.
other,
And it seems
the
like
other, no, no, let me, one last thing, and the other thing that you mentioned,
Mhm.
it was the zealots who run away to America, the Mennonites in Germany, and all of those people who was getting kicked out for them for them radical Christian beliefs. Is those people came to America. You got the most zealots of the Christians
Mm.
coming to America for religious freedom. So it's not like so the other countries wasn't aware. They was aware that these people need to be contained. And what
Yeah,
they did, they came to
they
America
they,
and they
they
went,
need to
seems
be
like
they
kept out.
went into the
Corey, it
Midwest.
seems like Corey seems like your issue though is Supreme Court. And I agree that it should not be a lifelong held position.
No,
And
my
I also think that it
issue
should be
is
non-denominational. I think the
my
Supreme
issue.
Court should be neither Republican or Democrat.
No, my issue is religion. My issue is religious zealots. My issue is the protection that's given to religious zealots for no reason. That's my issue. That's what I brought up.
So,
That's why
so you're saying
that's why I
that
can't beef with
a
you.
person with a religion
Mhm.
should be voted in.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
What is
that should be what I'm saying is you can be religious, right? But that should be a smudge on your on your fucking person, right? On your confirmation hearing, if they say if it's speculated that you're religious, it should be on the same level that is speculated that you might have smoked some crack before.
in a country that has
Now,
religious freedom.
we're not gonna ban someone. We're not gonna ban someone off the court if we found out maybe they smoked crack in college, right? But that's gonna be a smudge. That's not gonna look good in a confirmation, right? They might still be confirmed, right? You may still be confirmed, but it hurts people to hear that you was smoking crack, right? That's the attitude that I want when it comes to religion in the public sphere, right? When you get your confirmation, when you go up for your confirmation like they did the sister girl, right? You see how they railroaded that sister, right?
Yeah.
About her ideology and shit, right? The things
What was she? What was she?
She was not a religious zealot. She was a Christian, but she was not she was more of a secular Christian than anything.
So how are we defining zealot versus
when you make decisions based on your religion? That's a religious zealot right there, right? When you bring your religion into this public sphere, when you go to work with your goddamn imaginary friend, those are religious zealots. Amy Coney Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh, those are religious. Clarence Thomas, that's a religious zealot, Sosa.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting on the bench, sitting on the highest court in the land for a lifetime. That's what I'm saying. If we had made it a taboo, right? If it was a smudge on his resume, right? We would be in a totally different place. But no one can say, hold on, one more. I got one more statement and I'm done. You know, one of the rules in the confirmation hearing, when you get confirmed to be a Supreme Court justice and sit on the highest court for a lifetime, you know what one of the rules is, Sosa?
Go ahead.
You cannot bring up their religious ideology. When the Congress is asking them questions and shit like that, you can't question. You can't ask questions about that
because we have freedom of religion.
That's fucked up. It's crazy as fuck, and that's why. That's how, and that's the reason why we got Amy Coney Barrett and Brad Kavanaugh sitting on that motherfucker for longer than you niggas is gonna be alive. Longer than most niggas on this phone is gonna be alive. Amy Coney Barrett gonna be sitting on that motherfucking court because she got better health care than you motherfuckers do. She go down to Johns Hopkins for free anytime she get ready. If her pussy itch, she going to Johns Hopkins and getting the best motherfucking health care out there, right? Meanwhile, she's taking your women's rights and the shit that goes on in your doctor's office, right? She's taking those rights away from everyday average women, right? While we pay for her to go to Johns Hopkins for the rest of her life. See what I'm saying? Bullshit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We gotta stop it. We gotta stop it hollering out Granny every goddamn time somebody say something about religion.
No, Granny, we're not talking. Granny is not.
We gotta stop that shit, because if we keep hollering Granny every time somebody say something about religion, we're gonna keep Amy Coney Barrett and Clarence Thomas black ass on that motherfucking court for a lifetime. Yeah, that's where we end up at. That's where we end up at when we can't question ideologies.
No,
when we can't say, yo, Granny, that's bullshit. When we can't tell Granny that's bullshit.
No, my argument is always religion is
end up
harmful.
not being able to ask Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh shit about their religious ideology.
That's not because of Granny. That's because of we have religious freedom. Granny ain't got nothing to do with that.
18. It's because of Granny's ideology. It's because of what's in Granny's brain.
No, that was there long before Granny came.
It was. And it's gonna keep. And not only that, if we keep allowing it, if we don't ridicule the bullshit, then our grandkids is gonna be a granny one day.
Yeah,
with great granny's ideology. Yeah, your grandkids are gonna have the same thoughts that great granny had. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm agreeing, Corey. I don't think that religion should play a role in the scientific discussion, and I think that religion should be absent of politics. But you know, that's always going to be hard to enforce. You know what I'm saying? You're not going, unless you're talking about creating a world
going to be able to enforce it.
Then atheism would have to be the rule. Like,
it don't have to be a rule.
It would have to be.
Listen, they didn't.
You're talking about person, religious denomination is a smut.
No one ever said if you smoke crack. Listen, if we found out Brett Kavanaugh smoked crack is illegal. Crack is illegal. Right. If we found out Brett Kavanaugh smoked crack in college, he could still be on the Supreme Court, Sosa.
Yeah, but you're comparing religion to smoking crack.
I mean, what's the difference? Tell me the difference, because they addicted to something. They have a fucked up chemical imbalance, and they addicted to something, right? They've been hooked on something, right?
Corey.
That's what the same thing religion is. Go ahead.
Corey. How do you feel about stem cell research?
I don't have any about it. I think it's a scientific realm that should be. If you have any thoughts on it, you should be well educated about it. So I don't have any feelings on it, right? I think you should be well educated on the subject, not have feelings about it. But go ahead.
No, because the Supreme Court have a problem with stem cells.
Mm-hmm.
The Senate have a problem with stem cells, right? They say that because a lot of these cells might come from aborted fetuses or fetuses. Mm-hmm. Yes. They have a problem with it. But stem cell is one of the breakthrough that can help solve a lot of health problems in the future, like Alzheimer's, diabetes, hypertension, but
lupus.
lupus. But we'll never research it with the Supreme Court.
Right.
We'll never get to research it. Other countries might research it.
Yeah. The religious zealots say it's, you know, you harming life. It promotes you to get abortion so you can take the fetuses and do all kind of
You're
crazy
playing God. You're playing
bullshit.
God. Who are
Playing
you to play God?
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. The Supreme Court is the vicar now. They're acting as a vicar, right? You know what a vicar is, don't you, Sosa?
What?
A vicar is the Pope. A vicar is who the Pope is, right? He's the direct conduit. God speaks through him, through the Pope. When the Pope say something, right, that's actually God saying something, because the Pope is the vicar and God speaks through the Pope. He's the direct conduit from God to you, right?
Yeah, we don't
that's what the religion. This is where the Supreme Court is going, bro. This is where the Supreme Court is going. And if you don't tell the truth about this bullshit, if we keep not being able to say things, if we keep protecting all of these crazy ideas, right? If we say, oh, it's not hurting anybody, no one's getting hurt, right? If we keep saying that, we're going to end up in medieval goddamn times.
Yeah, but nobody says that, Corey. And
no one says that but me. And Corey is, all y'all know, Corey got to be the craziest motherfucker that y'all ever talked to, right? Because only Corey says that, right?
No, I mean, my position has always been clear. I make my position clear. I said religion is harmful when and where it is applied. You know what I'm saying? So that's always been my stance. You know what I'm saying? So, but in a country where we have religious freedom, 65% of the population have some type of religious affiliation. We don't have an atheist society. So if you're talking about looking at religion as a smudge, then you're talking about an atheistic viewpoint, because only an atheist will view it as a smudge, because then it becomes subjective. Okay, what is a zealot? That's subjective to those different individuals. You know what I'm saying? So
but the alcohol, that's subjective. I mean, I could just like to drink a beer and have a beer, but then there's another motherfucker, he can't control his beer. What's really an alcoholic? It's in between. I don't know really what an alcoholic is. Like, where can you? I don't know where the divide line at. Brendan, can you help me? Where's the dividing line with an alcoholic? Like, what's someone who just likes to drink a lot? And then it's another motherfucker who's an alcoholic. I'm trying to figure out where do you draw the line? You don't draw the line. Society draws the line. Your family draws the line. Your neighbor draws the line. Say, yo, that's when your neighbor say, yo, you crazy in a motherfucker.
On your head and shit.
You probably think you probably be a religious zealot, right?
Sosa, is there space for religion in a modern society?
Yes.
Why? What's the purpose of religion in a modern society?
I'm not going to run down the whole spill of religion. No.
I'm asking you, what's the purpose of religion in a modern society?
I've already went through
the place of community.
Plays,
that's his favorite thing. I'm gonna tell you what his favorite thing.
All you know is a modern society with religion in it. You don't even know anything else. Like, so.
But it's to answer your question, because I'm gonna go here because he don't want to answer it. I'm gonna answer it for him. It's a place of community. It's a place where Granny and them can go, right? They give out backpacks during back to school program.
But I think before we move it too far away from the political piece, right? And then we delve into the validity of religion, right? I think a piece of it for me is like, how do you hold the Supreme Court or our leaders accountable? The problem is, in the current structure, how we have it with a lifetime appointments, with people who get appointed to or elected to the Supreme Court, or however you want to say it, we have no lever to hold them accountable for some of their actions. That's the problem. Now, in terms of the design, I think it was initially designed to say, okay, well, we shouldn't hold them accountable, right? Because they should be sort of above that to keep them away from the political,
Absolutely.
from the political fray. But they're
I always thought that was a good idea,
but they're
by the way.
squarely in it. But they're squarely in it at this point, right?
And to keep some type of consistency.
Yeah, and to keep exactly
coming on,
because you don't have a lot of people with that skill set, right?
You don't want to revolve and do it.
And it could be a bunch of sways in different, you know what I'm saying, different directions, back and forth and back. And forth.
And if you got to worry about being voted in or losing your seat, things there. And Brendan, I thought that was the coolest thing at first, but now I don't. But go ahead though. I thought that was really
as well. Back in the days when things were when the court was less politicized. But at some point, right, these political, factions, they made it a part of their strategy politically to say, okay, well, we're gonna target, right? We're gonna target election cycles and really make pushes when we think that people are gonna be stepping down from the Supreme Court, so that we can actually influence. They say, okay, we want to be able to influence the Supreme Court. This is a big cycle, guys. We think one of this judge may step down, and some of the judges actually do. They have been stepping down at times when it was more favorable for someone to be replaced with their own political leanings. We see that, right?
Yeah.
This is what we've been seeing. So we know they're squarely in the mid of the whole political issue. So now I think we have to reevaluate that because of some of their own actions. They've been taking political actions of their own. Like give an example, like when you do those the initial sort of appointments and you go to the questioning, one of the big they don't call it a litmus test, but they've all been asked. Kavanaugh was asked. I think Clarence Thomas was asked. He said, "Hey, would you overturn Roe v. Wade?" What was always the answer? The political answer was always,
"It's already in." It's that's a settled issue. I don't even know why we're talking about that. It's a settled issue already. Those are the things that they say. Those are the type of things they say.
And the answer has always been that, okay, well, we will have to look at this settled law, right? And then I would judge, right, based on, I guess you would say, I don't know it's not jurisprudence. It's basically the overall trajectory of the court, right? We would not like make an extreme departure,
rash decision,
right? Exactly from that. But now we see that some of those judges have done the complete opposite.
Absolutely.
Than what they said they would do.
Yeah,
right?
because and then again during the confirmation, Brendan, and this is my issue. This is another issue that I have, Brendan. During the confirmation, you can't start questioning them about their religious ideology. Here, you can't say, well, do you believe in strapping a fucking vest to yourself and killing all the infidels? You can't ask them that. You know what I'm saying? You can't ask them if you believe in the rights of people to do stem cell research and all. It's hard. You start to get into the realm of their religious ideology, and it's frowned upon when you start to ask those kind of questions here.
And for us, and for me, accountability is the biggest thing for us, right? Because as humans, right, we like to hold the power, and the accountability piece that gives you that ability to hold on to power is the lever that we can use to keep that balance, right? When you don't have a lever there, right, that's when I think things start to run amok, right? And I think that's where we're beginning to see some of that.
And then you get people like Stoic saying that he agrees with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but those people are his religious ideology. He don't even know the provisions, right? The provisions that are built into
overturning something like this,
Roe v. Wade, right? He must don't have a daughter, right? Because he doesn't understand the ramification. He thinks it's just abortion, right? He thinks it's abortion, that's it.
Yeah,
right?
Some people got daughters that just don't.
It's about women's reproductive rights. It's about your daughter being able to have a private conversation with her doctor, right?
I'm looking at the it said the House passed a bill on Thursday to safeguard access to contraceptives. Less than a month after Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas said the bench should overturn the landmark case protecting forms of birth control. The legislation titled the Right to Contraception Act passed in a 228-195 vote. So they already even, as soon as he said that, they already rectified that.
Yeah,
228 to 195 in the House.
But it has not went
and
through the Senate
yet.
Sosa.
That bill getting shut down.
Yeah.
That bill getting shut down.
I just wanted to let you know that, Sosa. The people who put Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, they in the Senate, right? They're the ones who have not passed that bill. They're going to block that bill in the Senate. That Senate, Mitch McConnell, because he's from Kentucky, he's a good old boy. He's a good old boy, a good old Christian boy, right? From Kentucky. Good old Christian boy from Kentucky gonna block that bill.
But the Senate is pretty evenly divided.
Man, listen, you can convince yourself of what
I'm looking at.
Just like they said they wasn't gonna overturn Roe v. Wade, Sosa. Just like they said they weren't gonna overturn Roe v. Wade, right?
With a straight face, right?
You go ahead and keep believing what you finna say.
No,
to me.
I'm saying I'm talking in terms of party lines.
What's the Senate? What's the Senate now? Well, 51-50?
It's pretty even, but you got girl, and then you got Joe Manchin, who really is two Republicans. You got Kirsten Sinema and you got Joe Manchin. Really, those are Republicans, Christian zealots, right? Catholic zealots in Democratic clothing. That's what they are. You see what I'm saying? So if you pay attention to the politics, you know that they're gonna do some good things in Congress. The Congress people are gonna do a few good things. They're gonna try to pass some good bills. But guess when it gets to the Senate gonna look at that shit and say, "Man, get that shit out of here."
When they're coming for condoms,
it's 50 Republicans, 40 Democrats. But let me go to the House real quick.
It can't be 40. It has to be 50-50. When they're coming for the
50-48, I just looked it up.
Yeah, 50-48.
But then you got Kirsten Sinema, and like I said, and you got Joe Manchin, who are Republicans dressed in Democrats' clothes.
So eventually they might come for condoms. They're going to come for family
They are
plans.
going to.
Come for condoms.
They already predicting it. The other guy, not Thomas, but I can't. Scalia. It's not Scalia because he died.
No, the one who's ahead. No, the white person was ahead. No.
Yeah, the head guy. He wrote an opinion op-ed. He wrote an opinion editorial, right? Anonymous. It was supposed to be quote unquote anonymous, right? But he knew it was going to leak, and he knew that they were going to leak and tell who he was. That's why he wrote it, because he wanted the Congress people, men and women, to understand what their mission is, what's being discussed behind those closed doors in the Supreme Court. That's how you make it.
When they're coming for Brown versus voter education. Because they can still come for Brown, you know.
Yeah, he don't want the affirmative. Clarence Thomas is out to eradicate affirmative action. Before he leaves off of that bench, he's gonna get rid of affirmative action. Before he died, that's his goal, is to get rid of affirmative action. That's what Clarence Thomas is after.
Brown versus the Board of Education was not made into law by Congress or the House. It was made into law by the Supreme Court. And if they're overturning past ruling, nothing can stop them from overturning what they don't feel like, what they don't like. White people want to separate schools again. They're doing it in chartered schools, Christian schools, private schools. The
very,
separation.
very. That's a small minority that's looking at that kind of shit. But
Yes.
I hear you. But it's a small minority.
But some are. But
Mhm,
some are.
absolutely.
In some states, high
Mhm.
school have 2 proms. In some states,
Mm.
in Georgia, some high school have 2 proms. You have black prom and white prom.
Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm.
You have white prom and you have black prom. I dare anybody to disagree with me on that.
I'm not
So-
sure if that's TV. I haven't seen it.
Where is this? Wow. It's gonna...
And shit's going that way. Shit's going that way. Well, the Bible say you can't mix fabrics, right? You can't have silk with linen on, right? So obviously it would make sense that you can't have black students and white students going to the prom at the same time. You see what I'm saying? That ideology, it's the Christian ideology is what helped an average everyday American who normally in any other circumstances wouldn't be okay with slavery and segregation and Jim Crow and redlining and all that shit. In normal everyday circumstances, right? Majority of people, I don't give a fuck what color you is, majority of people ain't with that kind of shit, right? But when you sprinkle over them that ideology, that religious idea, when you justify it with the imaginary friend in the sky, right?
Segregation proms ain't based on God.
I didn't say that, Sosa. See, this is a straw man that you be doing.
We're talking about segregated.
No,
segregation. Segregation in the South was based on God.
I said normally.
Segregation in the South was based on God.
I didn't say it was based on Christianity. I said normally.
And it was justified by
normally. Most
That's
people wouldn't go for that, Sosa. Normally, most people would not be with that. Normally, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
what was sway them?
Sprinkle over that, when you sprinkle some ideology on them, things start to be okay.
What kind of ideology?
When you start to sprinkle that imaginary friend ideology over them. You see what I'm saying? And the imaginary friend, he has certain rules and regulations, and he made this world a certain kind of way, right? You start to sprinkle that ideology over those regular, average, everyday people who normally wouldn't be with that bullshit, right? When you start sprinkling, they start to be okay. It helps them out. It helps them get through it. It gives them something to say. Well, the Lord, if God didn't, I don't think God intended black boys and black girls to go to school together. You know what I mean? It's things that allow you to say things to help you cope with the bush. Religion. You said it the other day, Sosa.
Miscegenation.
One more thing, and then I'm done. Sosa
talking
said
about the curse of Ham. We were talking about the curse of Ham over on Garfield's channel, right?
But Sosa.
Yeah, the curse of Ham was curse of Ham.
Religion. Hold on,
Curse
Sosa.
of Ham was justified.
Sosa, let me tell you what you said. You said religion helps people cope with bullshit. It's a coping mechanism.
That was one of many things. That wasn't
what you said to me. Was it was a coping mechanism? Did you not? Are you in disagreements with that now?
It is, but I did. Yeah, but yeah, one of it is anxiety. Yes, it is.
It's a coping mechanism. That's interesting. Now listen to this. Let me tell you what they're coping with. People use religion and cope with the fact that they know it's niggas getting redlined. It's niggas being water hosed to death. They sicking German shepherds on niggas and shit like that. They sit and watch motherfuckers spit in college students' face because they want to sit down and eat a goddamn pecan pie at the goddamn restaurant. You know what'll make a white person sit there and be quiet while another white person spit in a black college student's face and be comfortable with that? You know Racism. What helps them cope with that? Guess what helps them cope with that?
Racist idea.
A good sprinkling of an imaginary friend dust right over them. A good sprinkling of it, right? That's what helps them cope with it. So that's what I'm saying. This is the anti-theist speaking here. This is the anti-theist speaking here. And I'm letting y'all know.
But your viewpoint was different when you talk about Clarence Thomas.
Slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. If we say Granny's good, thereby we also have to say Brett Kavanaugh rapist ass is all good too.
That's a straw man. Now you straw man in my argument.
I hear you. I know. I drew the line.
Beating it up. You're beating that straw man up though.
I drew the line.
He did call it to be honest, he did call it a slippery slope, right?
It's a slippery slope.
Right.
It's a slippery slope.
Beating that straw man up like wishes on the straw man.
The core, the anti-theist, that was a Granny. But that was a strong a strong delivery there.
Yeah, religion wasn't played when slavery was abolished. Religion wasn't played during the civil rights movement. Like
it's malleable.
Yeah, but
that's the problem with it.
This is my biggest gripe with like,
you can bend that shit any way you want to bend
people
it.
Think that ideas and harmful ideas are restricted to religion, as if you remove religion and the fundamental flaws that human beings have just in general, that they still won't construct it, because ideologies can extend outside of religion. You don't need a religion for an ideology. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good vehicle. Go ahead though. So I agree with you.
So this thinking that, and I was just listening to somebody talk about, this, and they kind of speak to what you were saying. They kind of talk about how the religion is the past. All the point you're making right now was in with this discussion that I was listening to, and he was talking about, and he was saying like, we live in a time of abundance, right? So people don't really understand how people will react in times of austerity, right? So which is like a restricting state, less availability of resources. And it talks about how during these times people become tribal and they start to look inward. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, these ideologies can break out and reign supreme. And sometimes, like I said, religion can support it. And then sometimes religion can curtail that. You know what I'm saying? A perfect example of that would be the Quakers. And a lot of the people that were responsible for and that Enlightenment movement were Quakers, and the first abolitionists were Quakers, and they installed an anti-slavery stance into their religion. You know what I'm saying? Because religion is also malleable. So, I get what you're saying, but simply thinking that if I rip the Band-Aid off religion, that these harmful ideologies will not pop.
I would never make that argument. You beat that straw man up.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that we'll create something else, Corey. And ideology is not bound by religion. We'll create something else.
I'm just saying we got to be honest about that.
Yeah, we're people of confirmation biases, bro. We'll create some shit to confirm our bias. You know what I mean?
The problem is though, with religion, like what you was talking about with the radicalizing other ideals, like kind of like the far right and the far left. Let's not act like there's not a far left, because the far left is actually what's fueling the far right, and it's actually one of the things that's you see, because we see this new wave of Black Republicans all of a sudden starting to come up, right? Like more than you've ever seen probably before in your life. And that's a lot of that is backlash from the far left. People are tired of the gender politics. People are tired of having to relearn their pronouns. People like, okay, this is going too far. So and most Black people in this country vote Democrat, but they have conservative values, right? Because we always raised traditionally in Christian homes, whether we Christian or not. We still going to have certain values that will fall under the lines of Christian values, right? We believe in family and everything else, this, that, for the most part. You know, so you know, these ideals all going to kind of fuse in, but the difference is like the radicalized ideals that people are speaking of, like racist, like the racists and everything else, like, you know, like the far right and all that. That stuff kind of gets frowned upon. But you know what's accepted? The socially accepted thing is religion. That's socially accepted. That's a radicalization that people who just kind of just look past and kind of just overlook and just kind of just, you know, kind of just take it for what it is. While the other stuff, everything's frowned upon, everything's this, that, and the third, and kind of religion is kind of skates under the radar because it's socially accepted psychosis. That's what I like to call it. And, you know, people just, you know, just turn a blind eye and they will ignore that. But that is what's fueling the far right, though, because it's a lot of, you know, religious zealots out there just losing their mind for the most part.
Yeah, but you just spoke to it.
Absolutely.
You just said that Black people vote Democrat, and a lot of times they have conservative views based on the fact that they have the fact that they were raised Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, right, and a lot of the push, right, and I agree with everything you're saying, and a lot of that hinges on the fact that we have what's called now cancel culture. And the inability to even entertain ideas that are juxtaposed to current ideas. And we live in a society now where we can't even have these discussions. We're just being told to just shut up, right? And that's bringing about a lot of pushback that you are seeing. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I agree. I can agree with that.
Yes, to me, Black people is the biggest hypocrites in the world. And this is what I'm going to say to you. Black people are the biggest set of hypocrites in the world, worldwide. Whether it want to be Black people in Nigeria, or Black people in Jamaica, or Black people in America, Black people are the biggest set of hypocrites in the world. How can one oppressed group have a problem with the next group want to be identified? I used to have a problem with it, you know, until I sit down and realize that this conservative bullshit that we're criticizing people because they're gay or because they want to express themselves a certain way, and then persecuting them from a persecuted group.
No,
leave people alone.
It's not necessarily.
And it's religious based. It's religious based.
No, it's not necessarily conversation. That's not necessarily being gay. It's conversation around even transgenders being allowed to identify a female and compete in Olympic sports. Like, we can't point out, like, with the inability to discuss the differences between men and women biologically. Like, we're being hushed on these particular instances where now it goes against, it's starting to go against science.
But Sosa, that is not the problem. Why that is not a conversation, you know. All right, it's like back in the day when Obama was president. Black people wanted to criticize Obama, you know, but we couldn't, based on the fact that white people were saying that Obama wasn't doing anything at all. So because they were going at him with so much vitriol, we had to defend him with equal amount of vitriol. We have to push back almost as hard. Is that some arguments to me can be settled, right? Like, we can say, if you want to call yourself him, she, this, that, we understand that. But at the same time, you have advantages over biological women who were born women, as female as the sex, not female as the gender. We can have that discussion. But once you start having that discussion, if you start having that discussion, somebody come up and say, what makes a woman a woman? What makes this? The arguments start to become very cloudy. Because instead of one thing is being dealt with, it becomes convoluted. No, the argument
this
becomes
is the discussion
convoluted.
that Dave Chappelle was bringing out in somewhat in jokes. You know what I'm saying? The fact that, listen, even if I'm wrong, let's talk about this shit.
Dave Chappelle wasn't bringing it out that way. Dave Chappelle is a big time Muslim.
I don't know.
And
of course, but I'm talking about
he was bringing out his Muslim.
I'm talking about his shows and what he was saying. Like, I'm not a Muslim, and I agree with some of the shit he was saying. So I'm not going to restrict it to Islam. I'm like, I'm not Islamic.
All right.
I agree with some of the points.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Give me 2 minutes. What's your problem with that? What's the problem with somebody wants to be identified as a different sex?
I don't care if anybody identifies a different sex.
Wow, what is your fundamental
You can identify
problem?
whatever sex you want to, but when it comes to an actual biological conversation, no, I'm not talking about.
No. But then what is your problem biologically?
No.
What is your problem?
I said, transgender women should not be allowed in sports with other females.
Well, so if that is a fundamental problem, we can discuss that. But
then we're gonna talk about. Can we
discuss the psychosis about it? Can we discuss the psychosis of it?
What psychosis? That you're not comfortable with it?
No, it ain't about being comfortable. It's just about identifying as what you were born as.
No, that's a you problem because they have to. They have
me problem. You don't think that's a psychosis?
No, that's a you problem. That's not a
that's a me problem.
That's a you problem because they settle it already. It is settled with the individual who wants to identify, and so they want to identify. It is not settled with you. You are not comfortable with them identifying.
That's the land of make believe. But that's the land of make.
No, that's a you problem.
No, that's not a me problem. This is the problem right here. See, I'm going off what reality is telling me, what biology is telling me, and then everybody's telling me that's a me problem. And they telling me that they are the ones with not the problem. No, they're the ones with the problem. They're the ones with the psychosis. See, people want everybody else to step into their wonderland that where they get to drink potions and they want to be big. They can be big and they can be small whenever they want to be small. And I'm just supposed to identify them as midgets or giants, depending on what they want to identify as. No, I'm gonna call you what you are, Alice. That's what you are. Like you were just a regular old girl. And that's what I'm gonna call you as. I don't care if you identify as a boy. You wasn't born a boy.
Because that is a you problem. What if I decided to wear dresses every day?
I mean, you're still a man.
You're still a man. You're a man in a dress. You're a man in a dress.
Hold on. Let me finish what I said. If I decided to go against the status quo that men wear suits and women wear frocks, and I decide to wear a frock every day, if I'm comfortable in my frock,
you're a man in Crocs. Like it doesn't matter.
That is my business. You being uncomfortable seeing me in my frock.
No, I could be
that is a you problem.
But you're a man in Crocs.
No. I'm just using the frock as an example. You being uncomfortable seeing me walking on the street and say, "What is grown up?"
That's not what we're talking about. We're not.
No.
What we're talking about.
I carry it to the simplest form.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about. What a person is biologically. Like you can identify as however you want to identify, but you still are what you are biologically.
So who determines that?
Biology.
No. Who determines that you are what you are?
Biology.
No, socialization.
No. A man is a man because of biology.
Socialization determines who you are. No. Because as I said earlier,
I think we're getting confused between gender. Today, I would say let's use some of what the terms they use today.
Right.
We're getting confused between what you would call gender and sex. Right? Yeah. Gender today, I'm using the terms of today. And again, when you're talking about psychosis, I just want to talk about when we're talking about psychosis, we have to be careful when we're using clinical terms as well, right? When we're talking about these things, because I don't know if there's a clinical explanation in terms of transgenderism saying that is a psychosis. That's a different thing. But in terms of
mutilation, right. Process,
no, I don't. I do not believe they consider transgenderism a psychosis.
No,
we talking about
transgenderism. It's called trans dysphoria. It's called trans dysphoria. That's a psychosis.
But again, we can talk about that. But in terms of today's language, how we use it in terms of what they say, gender and sex, right? Gender is something that may or may not be tied to a person's sex, right? The sex, a person's sex has to do with the person's physiology, right? But a gender
A social.
Not so much. Right.
Gender is
Exactly.
social.
That's a social thing.
Yeah, that's
so
what
you
I'm saying.
can,
I'm not. That's
from
why I said I wasn't talking
yep.
about somebody walking around dressed. That's social.
Exactly.
Biology.
Exactly. From sex. That's why, in terms of like, to your point, Sosa, right? Well, not even to your point. I don't want to use you as an example for this, and I hate to use examples. If I go out on a date with a young lady, and then we're sitting there and we're saying, okay, well, if I ask you what's your gender, right? You may get one answer, and if I say what is your sex, you could potentially get a different answer. You know what I mean? Based on these constructs that we're talking about.
Right.
So just to kind of clear up a bit of language there. Yep. I don't know if that helps at all. It probably doesn't. It
probably does because I was saying he kept talking about gender.
Yeah,
talking about
because when you look at it, when you want to find out what's the baby, you find out what the sex is, right? They don't say what's the gender. You find out what the sex is. So
yeah. So a person walking around in cloth with a dress does not denote sex.
I know that's no. I was just I use that example as to address comfort level. Sex and gender is two total different things. Sex is what you're born with, but at the same time, there is more than two sexes. You know that, right? It's not everybody who is male is female and male. It is not so easily identifiable because you have DSD women who were born without male sexual organs. The testes never descended. It's inside of them. It look like, or people who, I shouldn't say women, people who were born with the testes inside of them. They have no development of penis or a scrotum. You look at them at birth, and the doctor look at them and say, this is a little girl. But at the same time, genetically, they are not XY. They're XYX or XYY. How do we classify those people?
Yeah,
people are XY.
Yeah, we're not saying
XYY.
We understand the anomaly. We understand we're talking about.
No, it's not an anomaly to all that. It's a 1 in 1,000 birth that occurs in.
That's not the rule when I say that. When it's anomalous.
No. But
999 is a rule.
But we cannot be that way of to say left. This is left and that is right. That is left and that is right.
Oh, so
because
I can't look at a person with a penis and say that's a boy.
You can't say it's a boy.
I can't say that's
but you can't say it's a man. You can't say it's a boy, but you can't say it's a man. Because it takes more than a penis to be a man.
Man, I'm not going. Now you take me down some.
No, we can't take it on that road. We can't
now
take it on that road.
Now you're just trying to be slippery. I ain't doing that.
It's a boy. It's a boy, but it takes more than a penis to
whatever.
be a man.
Yeah. I mean, if it's born, it can't be a man. It's just born. Like
it's a boy.
Yeah,
the sex is male.
Yeah, it's male.
Somebody with a penis, the sex is male.
Right.
But is that person a man?
When they're born? No. I mean, we already said it's born.
No. It's just, I agree that the sex is male. But would you say that person is a man?
Yes.
So all the sex to be a man now is a penis?
Biologically, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Biologically male. But in no society historically.
Got a question. What
requirement for a male to be a man?
Okay. So what's a trans woman?
A trans woman is a person who was born biologically a male who decided to transition into a woman. A trans man is a person who was born biologically a female and decided to transition into a man.
Right, and they would call that trans.
Yes.
And they would call that transgender, right?
We'll call it a transition. The transition to something else. That's why we use the word trans. Right.
But they would say they would they would identify them as a transgender, right?
If they don't have a sex change. If they have a sex change, then that's a transsexual.
Right.
Go ahead.
If they have a sex change, you said they're transgender.
They're transsexual.
Yeah, if they have a sex change, that means they're transsexual. That's transsexual. If they don't have a sex change, they're just a
They're just
transgender.
trans.
I got you.
But let me go back to one thing I was saying, the final thing. In no society that boys are automatically men. There's always rites of passages.
Stupid, there's still men even doing the rites of passages, but it's just the men is just about that's just a cultural norm. There's still a goddamn man. They're not saying they're not a man.
It's like a social thing, right? Yeah.
You're messing that up.
But socially, that's true. Socially, until the transition,
he's still a man biologically.
No, in many societies, I had this conversation.
But they're using man in place. They're using man in place. They're not using man in place of biology. That's not what they're saying.
In many societies, boys were sexually used by men until they transition into boys. I mentioned this already.
I don't want to go down that path. I know societies
I mentioned this
like
with the
that.
Japanese already, and I mentioned this with the Romans.
I know societies like that, Stevie. I'm not trying to really go into the rabbit hole.
So therefore, it's not a penis that make a man a man. No,
I'm talking about biology, Stevie. If you can show me how that's true biologically, then you got
it. Make you male. It make you male. We're not arguing that. It makes you male.
Man is an adult male. That's why I put the definition.
That is not true. That is not true.
I put the definition on the screen. All right, let me go to the definition.
That is not true.
Definition for a damn man.
That's simplified definition, but that is not true. Anybody in here who agree with me on that? That is not true.
It's crazy.
I'm not totally. That don't speak true. That don't speak
man, adult male human being.
Yeah, no, that don't speak true for every culture. You have a culture in Africa where
I'm talking biology. You keep switching, bro. I'm talking about biology. You're talking about goddamn culture.
Okay, all right.
Talking biology. You know what I'm saying, and even in that.
Yeah, and I didn't get a chance to finish what I was saying. Like, okay, so if transgender, if you turn transgender after a sex change, then again, gender is about sex, then, right? It's about the sex of the person, because why are you changing your ideology to, not your ideology, excuse me, your label as transgender once you have a sex change? Because it's about, gender is about
transsexual. It's transsexual when you have a sex change.
I thought you said, didn't we just establish that transgender was, I said transgender.
What happened? I was saying was transsexual. It's a transsexual and then it's transgender. Transsexual, right? You have a sex change.
Transsexual is after the sex change.
Yes.
Right. Gender. Yeah, the gender piece has nothing to do with your physiology. The sexual piece has everything to do with your physiology. Right. So, yep.
Okay, so but it still stands though. Like, okay, so even before the sex change, it's still the same thing. They are identifying as a transgender because they think they're another sex. So again, gender and sex is still locked in together. I don't see how y'all separating the two.
I'm not separating. I think this is how,
this is what they look at. I'm saying what they say.
I'm not.
I know that's the argument. You separate gender from sex and gender is two different things. And no, you can't get around that. No, gender is
because listen, even when you have a baby, I gave the example of a baby. When you have a baby, you look for when you want to know if it's a boy or girl, you're looking for the sex.
Right. Because I've been told that the doctor assigns the gender. This is what I've been told, that the doctor assigns the gender. And that's insane to me.
I don't know about
that. Yeah, the doctor does not assign the gender. Your biology assigns the gender. I don't even know how you assign a gender. Like, that's not even possible. You know, it's pop luck, whatever the gender is going to be. Nobody's assigning anything. It's whatever sperm wants to, right? Right.
I don't think you assign. I think you. I don't know. I don't know about that. So don't get me to tell no falsities. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I expect psychopathies and Renee to going on this.
yeah, definitely. I'm looking to you on this information, Psycho. You know what I mean?
And you know what comment got Richard Dawkins, I think his humanitarian award taken away from him?
Well, what happened? What happened?
He made a comment on, I think it was Twitter, or Facebook, whatever it was. He said, if it's okay for a woman to identify as a man, then what's the difference between a white person identifying as black? You see what I'm saying?
If race is a social construct, and if gender is a social construct, I see exactly his point.
Right, and because of that statement,
no, but all right,
the illiterate amongst us run amok, right? Exactly.
No, but all right. According to America, we can back down that one. According to America, the one drop rule. But yet still, as long as the one drop rule has existed, we have had people who have been passing. So
that's
race,
Psycho's topic right there. That one drop rule.
Race is also a social construct. We have always had people who have been passing. As long as the one drop rule has been in existence, we have always had people who have been passing. Black people who can pass, white people passed. So we have society decide what construct to follow and when to follow it. We cannot deny sex. Sex is what you're born with, but your gender is what you choose to identify yourself. I might not be comfortable with your gender, but that is a me problem. That's not a you problem. You comfortable with your gender. Me being uncomfortable with your gender, that's a me problem. That's a Michael Smith problem. Not the person.
Yeah, but and then you see the source when they took his award, because he was saying, because he was actually basically saying, if that's fine, then why do you have the issue of Rachel Dolezal identifying as black?
No problem with Rachel Dolezal.
No, but that's you. But majority of people had an issue with that.
Yeah, majority of people was doing work. If black people was doing the work, was Rachel Dolezal was doing.
Many black people had issues. Come on now, we can't do that now. Like many,
she was doing work.
Yeah, because that's the ignorance. You know, they Richard Dawkins is an evolutionary biologist, so the things he say will be offensive to someone who's uneducated. You know what I'm saying?
You right here, see the comment in 2000. This is comment on Twitter.
Was Rachel
2015, Rachel Dolezal, a white chapter president of the NAACP, was vilified for identifying as black. Some men choose to identify as women, and some women choose to identify as men.
Yeah.
Vilified if you deny that they literally are what they identify as. And they took his award based on that statement. You know, this is crazy. But that speaks to this type of cancel. If you don't agree, we can't even discuss that. Nope. You know what I'm saying? You're out of here, bro. We're taking your award. Shut up. You see what I'm saying? And that speaks to the type of outrage that's out there.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Who in this room had a problem with Rachel Dolezal? Who in this room had a problem with Rachel Dolezal?
We're not talking about the room. We're talking about the public.
No, I'm talking among who talking now. Who had a problem with Rachel Dolezal?
No one, because we a little more informed. We're a little.
I got a problem with. I got a problem if I was black. Well, I got a problem if I was black. Other than that, nothing.
Yeah, but it's along the same lines that you have a problem with it. You see what I'm saying? And that's the whole point. If you have a problem with what I'm saying? Then it should be the same way. If you're having a problem identifying as black and she's white, then you should have a problem with somebody identifying as a woman if they're a man.
Right, I do. Yeah,
He's saying that in the other case, he's saying that you'll be vilified.
Yes. Yeah.
For
so if you acting like you black, you be vilified.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
And that would be socially accepted as well. People wouldn't have a problem. People don't have a problem with us getting that Rachel Dolezal for pretending to be black.
Right.
Nobody says you're punching down at her or nothing like that or whatever. People understand that we say she has a psychosis, something's wrong with her, right? She thinks she's something that she's not. But on the flip side, if we say that about the transgenders, all of a sudden we're undereducated. We need to learn more. We need to learn the difference between gender and sex, and pronouns are different and everything else. And everything that was very logical to us in the 3rd grade all of a sudden goes out the window, and we need to relearn simple biology, and it's crazy.
Right. When certain things are defined biologically, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? So it's like that's why.
That's a good point.
I'm crazy.
I tend to. I agree with that. That's a great point, and I couldn't agree. How did we? I don't even know how we got here, but yeah.
I disagree with that. This is my last thought. I disagree with that because the knowledge what they had in the 3rd grade is bullshit knowledge. As somebody who studies science, in 3rd grade, you don't know nothing. You know basic mathematics, basic.
I'll be facetious. I don't think
he was really.
Your knowledge was basic in the 3rd grade. You couldn't write a proper essay in the 3rd grade.
Why are we talking about 3rd grade?
So you can't subject your worldview to 3rd grade knowledge. That's my problem with what you said.
I'll be facetious. I wasn't serious.
That wasn't. You talking about a goddamn evolutionary biologist talking about simple biology? Like, yo,
I understand.
How can I be vilified?
No, he was
saying
the statement that Richard what he made was a satire on public opinion and view, but many people took it out of context. He's saying if somebody can identify, anybody can identify, but nobody wants to cross the line. It's a delicate conversation that pushback come from both sides. Pushback would have come from the black people and white people with Rachel Dolezal, and pushback is going to come from the transgender people and the straight people, because this is a line that nobody wants to cross.
Hey, Sosa, this is totally off topic, but you gotta agree with me. We gotta have the pseudo killers. The pseudo killers crazy, but the pseudo killers, right? We've been working on an introduction, right? And now I'm scratching the whole introduction thing that we was thinking about, right? Now I want stew peas. I want stew peas talking. That's gonna be the introduction to the pseudo killers, man. Like stew peas, like he got that fucking that voice, man. And sometimes he say shit that's so profound, and you gotta, if you don't listen, you will miss it. You know what I'm saying? I think Stu Peas is I think we want Stu Peas to do an intro for us, Stu Peas. We got some money too. Now we don't do shit for free, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I think we're gonna have to have Stu Peas do our introduction. You know what I mean? But go ahead, John. That was totally off topic. I was somewhere else.
You on the way to get your morning coffee and your Dunkin' Donuts.
The other day I get kicked out of the room.
I got that. I'm in the process of that right as we speak.
I felt that. I know. I heard that car. I'm like, he on the way to goddamn.
That was the Dunkin' Donuts talking.
Yeah. I heard you in your car. Like, oh shit, he en route.
Oh man.
No doubt.
Yeah, but these are political issues as well, right? Because I think the idea of what we were just talking about, it bled over into a political conversation. I think this is how we ended up here talking about it, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yep. It always
talking about. Yep.
I think those are relevant topics. I guess.
Corey saw a theocracy coming and wanted to warn everybody before we end up in a theocracy.
Oh, yeah. It's coming. It's on. If you niggas don't wake up and see what Amy Coney Barrett them doing, I'm telling you, you're gonna wake up tomorrow.
You know, we all feel oppressed.
They're gonna take you to jail for having anal sex with your wife. They're gonna take your ass to jail.
Hey, you know, when we all feel oppressed. We feel oppressed when, you know, decisions are made that we don't necessarily agree with the government, right? You know, but again, that's why I say that that slippery slope thing, right? And I emphasize slippery slope, right? Because slippery slope is what is considered a logical fallacy if you're not careful. Right with it.
It is.
Right. So you know, you have to sort of measure it and be, you know, cognizant of what's really happening in front of us. Right.
Absolutely.
But again, right. I'm squarely in favor of shit canning the idea of having a lifetime appointment of anybody inside of government.
Me too.
Inside of government. Right.
Can I ask a question?
When you say a lot of people.
Okay,
a lot of people try to place our court system outside of government. No, they're an arm of the government, right?
Absolutely.
We talk about checks and balances, and you put them when you study government, they're in there, and then they want to say, okay, we're not political. No, the government is political.
Yeah,
the government is political.
The next thing they're going after is gay marriages. You know that gay marriages, they're going after gay marriages.
Yes, they're going after that too. I forgot the name of the case. The case study. It's a case study. Even the contraceptives, that's a case study. They're going after all of it. They're going after all of it.
Contraceptive gay marriages. What is I don't have a problem with you're gay. And if you're gay, and if you're gay and you're married, that's not my problem.
It's a part of nature, and you know what? It don't make me no difference what you do when you go to bed and when you close your bedroom door, right? Yeah. All the difference is made when you go to work, Amy Coney Barrett. You see what I'm saying? That's where the shit makes a difference at. It's where you go to work at, not when you go to the bedroom. You see what I'm saying? But we can't ask these niggas about how zealot they is. You know, we can ask them if they gay. Right, you know, we can ask them: Do they believe in black people having rights and shit like they did the sister? Right? Did y'all watch the sisters hearing? Right, these motherfuckers railroaded, asked her all kind of questions about her being black. Right, but you can't ask her no questions about her imaginary friend that she prayed to. That's off the lines. That's when you cross through. That's where you cross the line at.
And Corey, I gave the analogy the other day on the other show. The only way I should know that you're a Catholic is if you come to work on Ash Wednesday. That's the only way.
There you go.
That's the only way I should know that you're a Catholic or a Christian or whatever. You know, I'm just using Catholic as an example, right? That's the only way I should know it. Right. Other than that, we're all the same.
Absolutely. Right. But like I said, you know, they bring that shit to work with them, and we can't ask them if they gonna bring that shit to work, right? We can take Richard Dawkins' award away from him because he said something, right? But we cannot ask anything about which imaginary friend they believe in. And how convinced of them, how convinced that this imaginary friend is actually talking to them. If we ask them, how convinced are you that this imaginary friend is talking to you? Now you're crossing a line, and that line should not be crossed. That's where we fucked up at. And like I said, Brendan said, well, the slippery slope is a fallacy, right? and fine, I'm with that, right? But fallacies ain't always incorrect, right? Because it's a fallacy don't mean it's incorrect, right? And not only that, he said another thing, you gotta look at what's actually in front of you. You got to look at him writing these. You got to look at the top, the captain of the team. You know what I mean? I don't know what you call the captain of the team when you're on the Supreme Court, right? Somebody might want to look that up and educate me, right? But the captain of the team, right, is writing op-eds so that it could be leaked who it was to the senators.
We call him the Chief Justice, right?
Chief Justice. The Chief Justice is writing op-eds.
The big chief, huh?
The captain of the team. You know what I'm saying? And letting them know, yeah, y'all doing right. Cause now we in here, this is what we talking about. All of the shit that y'all, all that religious shit that y'all trying to put in place, the prayer in school, they trying to figure out a way, Sosa, to make my kids pray to the God that the teacher chooses to pray to.
Yeah, they've been trying to do that for.
It was a Supreme Court decision, Sosa. But now that we got Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh then teamed up with Clarence Thomas and company, right? They done got their team together now, right? Now all of a sudden it's coming back up. Now our kids gotta be, we gotta pray to God for school start now here in a few minutes. This is what they finna bring up. They're writing these things in the op-ed. I'm not
I believe you. They've been working on that. They've been working on putting creationism, intelligent design in school side by side with evolution.
My God.
They've been arguing that.
Oh my God.
They've been trying to do that for the longest.
Now with these religious zealots, right? Because they thought Roe v. Wade was the tester. That's the test right there.
Mm-hmm. That was a big win for them. I ain't gonna lie. I never.
It set the stage. It set the stage and let them know what they can do. It let them know what they can do and what you're gonna be comfortable with. Because you can't say
the pro-life.
Say she did it because she was religious, though. Psycho. But go ahead, brother.
You absolutely can, though, because you just look at the history of the pro-life movement. Who's been pushing this all this time since Roe v. Wade got overturned? Like who tried to?
If you do say it's because she was religious, then now your atheism, you're religious with your atheism now. Because you personally,
you just go up again. Yeah, you can just look at the history though. Like
I say that's every opportunity to shoot me in the foot.
I'm telling you, that's what they're saying.
I say that. That's definitely a religious movement. The pro-life movement is definitely a religious movement.
I don't know. You can't talk about people.
So is gay marriage. So is gay marriage.
Yeah,
but it's also.
I agree. I don't disagree. I don't care about gays getting married. I don't. That's like you said. That's a religious position. I don't really care. They argue over paperwork. To me, I don't care about that. I do got a problem with the trans stuff though.
No, because listen, let me tell you why that's important, right? Why the gay marriage thing is important, right? Because when you're married, right, there's certain advantages that you get to take. There's certain things you get to take advantage of. Like when your loved one passes, you get the benefits. You see what I'm saying? You're able to, and you're able to take out life insurance policies on each other to make sure your significant other is taken care of when you die and shit like that. Those are some of the benefits.
But that don't affect anybody outside. That don't affect anybody outside their little relationship or whatever, right? Like I don't.
No, it don't. That's why we shouldn't be in that business. That's why only religious. That's why a religious motherfucker want to be all up in your daughter's bedroom, in her panties drawer. You know what I'm saying? They want to be all in your daughter's panties drawer. They want to put the government in your daughter's panties drawer. You got to think about that. These religious zealots, motherfuckers, right?
And you know what? That's a great example.
Why do the Jamaicans do this? The religious?
Hey, but you know what, Corey? That's a great example. As if the gay people, right? When they say they want the right to gay marriage, as if they're saying, okay, we want to come to your church and get your pastor to. No, that's not what they're saying. They want to engage in civil arrangements, right? That gives them the ability to do things like power of attorney and things like that. No, they're not trying to force your pastor to wed them in the eyes of God. That's not what they're asking for.
Hospital visitation,
right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm kidding about all that.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta be able to be with your loved one. You know what I'm saying?
So what religion got these Jamaicans up and on about the Bhakti boy and so forth?
All of the religion. Jamaica has more church per
so you're saying that comes out of
than anywhere else in the world. It comes out of religion, the religiosity of the Jamaicans. We have 2.1 church per square mile, more than anywhere else in the world. And
so you're saying before the church, Africans, we were more fluid?
I'm sure.
Yeah. Always. I think even in Egypt they had, think about this, even in Egypt they had laws against it.
That's because they come from they're the same group of motherfuckers. That's what I've been trying to tell you. They in a region. It's not Africa,
it must have been practiced. Africa, they have laws against it.
Right.
It was practiced.
Of course.
Until the religious
it's practiced everywhere.
To put laws in place.
Yeah, but I'm saying I think many societies did it though.
It would be, and it's an evolutionary. See, it's a social evolutionary thing, right? When it was a time where you want people to be having babies in your tribe, right? So you're gonna promote that. That's gonna be the thing to promote, right? But you know what I'm saying? Like in today's things we're not in a fucking Stone Age anymore. You see what I'm saying? It's 8 billion motherfuckers on this planet.
I'm not arguing against it. I got no issue. I got zero issue with it. I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying that's why you would find that that's why you would find that being shunned, right? But like I said, today we got it's 8 billion. Yeah. It wasn't a religious, Now
that's what I was getting that stupid about.
Religion co-opted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I was getting that stupid. I was just poking that stupid
things, just like the belief process, right? Just like the believing brain, right? Religion always co-opts it and take it and take shit somewhere else, where you know what I'm saying, where the shit is outrageous and it fucks over everybody. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just poking that stupid.
I have heard pastors call gay men Bhakti boy, and saying that and read the part of the Bible that said, if a man lay down with another man. I've heard
of course,
quote that scripture.
Of course.
And that same pastor in church getting robbed $100,000 chain. Right? The most hypocritical set of people is black people. The pastor drive a Rolls Royce and the people.
I ain't hating on my people just like I still got
no, I love them, but we're hypocritical.
My blackology kicked right in.
We don't like to say it out loud, but we know it's true.
Nah, I don't know it's true. My blackology is staying.
What did he say?
Black people are the most hypocritical people in the world.
When it comes to certain things.
I'm definitely alarmed by that statement, but go ahead. Let me justify it. I ain't saying you can't justify it.
When it comes to the church and to Christianity, they will allow the pastors to get away with some of the most immoral stuff in the world and say nothing.
Right, Corey talked about
Catholicism.
The sprinkling. Catholicism. They sprinkle it. They sprinkle it on them. Yeah.
Corey talked about Catholicism and the priests.
Oh yeah, you sprinkle a little bit at a time. You don't douse them with the dust, stew peas, because it motherfucker gonna get alarmed by that, right? You got to sprinkle the dust on them. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit by little bit, and they'll be just a little more comfortable, and then they get a little more. You just sprinkle it. You know what I'm saying? Just keep a nice, steady sprinkling of ideology going on their asses, and they'll get more and more comfortable with more and more bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Believe me, I've seen it. That's how they do. This is how they do it. This is how religion do it. And we, like I said, it's bleeding into our government. It's been bled. Let me say, yeah, it ain't bleeding. It's been bled out into the government here. You know what I mean? And we can talk about all day long. You can say it till you blue in the face. It don't make it true, right? You can say it's harmless. This what they believe is hard. You can tell yourself that till you blue in the goddamn face. Guess what? You're gonna end up blue in the goddamn face. Not from saying it, but from them busting you upside your fucking head.
But listen, I'm saying
with their goddamn ideology.
It's harmless when Ben Carson rides to the, and this is why I was mad at you, Corey, on the other situation, because you completely switched up on me. You're like, nah, I don't really think he really mean it like that. I mean, you know, it ain't really a big deal. Like,
no, he doesn't believe. I said he doesn't believe it, right?
But Clarence Thomas
does not believe this Bush. Clarence Thomas, it's likely he doesn't, but I'm not gonna argue whether he does or not, right?
Okay,
because it really.
So you think that if Ben Carson was in the same position as Clarence Thomas,
he'd be making the same decisions? Yes,
right. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying it's the ideology.
Yeah, and the ideology is fucking Republic thinking. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Conservative. It's conservative.
Yeah.
Point. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I don't think the thing is, you know what? I'm gonna take that back. I don't know if Ben Carson would do that.
See, this.
I'm gonna take that back. I don't know. I don't know.
Now we can't prove it. I got to source up. Okay, like you say, Corey.
I'm not asking.
Like you say, Corey.
Fine.
Yeah. Fine.
Right. We know each other too well on these platforms, right?
Yeah, when Corey said fine, I mean, you know what? Look, fine. You got it.
I'm conceding.
But there's always a bigger point. When he says that, there's always a bigger point.
Yeah. You can have that. You know what?
Anybody has a gifted hands?
Hey, Corey, that's as close of an olive branch you're gonna get from Concrete Corey. It's fine.
Yeah. When he said that, I know. You know what? So you know what? Fine.
Ben Carson is a religious zealot. Read Gifted Hands, and you realize that this man is very religious, right? Clarence Thomas, based on his wife, is a religious zealot who believes in all different kind of propaganda and bullshit. His wife is a conspiracy theorist. He goes to bed every night with this woman and listen to this bullshit. He is the whitest black man in the world. Clarence Thomas.
He is definitely hated about.
If it was gonna be a black pope, it's only gonna be Clarence Thomas. Goddamn it, he's the only motherfucking nigga that's gonna would ever even be considered. Goddamn it.
Hey, remember he beat like a little rape charge.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, he had a few cases.
That's why they all good.
He got a few cases and shit.
Yeah. Next thing you know, it's gonna be cool for a white man, right, to bash a bitch up over the head and take her home and fuck her. You know what I'm saying? Then what? You know, the shit, I'm telling you.
Yeah, slippery slope.
Y'all can talk about fallacy all you want to. We done seen it in history. We done seen
Flintstones versus the Jetsons, right? That's the name of the show.
But then
we gotta do it. I think we gotta do it, Brenda. I think we need the Flintstones versus the Jetsons.
No, but we have had that. We have had a white college student who raped a girl. They found him that he raped the girl, and he didn't get any charges. He judged that as his future.
Well, he can throw the baseball real good. You know what I'm saying? Well, how are we gonna hold him accountable and he can throw that baseball that damn good? No, we can't. No. Plus, his parents donate every month to the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I remember that. I think
you see what I'm saying?
Trash, like a girl passed out, raped her by the trash, some shit like that. I remember
Yeah,
that.
raped her by the trash can.
Yeah, I remember that story.
Nothing came out of it.
Oh yeah, they're good member. They good upstanding Catholics. We can't hold them.
I think the judge ruled he was a good
accountable for that.
I think basically the judge ruled he was a good kid and putting him in jail will only harm him.
Yeah,
like it was crazy.
He's a good Catholic. Why would you put him in jail? You're gonna make him a criminal. You're gonna put him in there with the criminals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like those criminals don't like those criminals in jail.
It was psycho. I'm gonna tune in for the follow-up show. I need you, Sister Renee, to bang that drum. You know what I'm saying? It's getting late. I need to try to get some kind of.
You talking about the trans?
Almost to work.
Oh man, it's 4 o'clock. Dude.
Yeah.
I been asleep and woke up, but yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. Chat still rocking away. We down about 54.
We down to 50. Yeah. If we ain't at 80, we gotta shut her down.
Right?
We gotta shut her down if we ain't at 80.
I had no idea it was this late. I ordered a DoorDash from Outback earlier, so I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna warm up some ribs, right?" And it's 4 o'clock. Ribs for breakfast, I'm taking my ass to bed.
Yeah, I did a quick TV dinner and shit. Quick little TV dinner. Shit. But yeah, man. Shit, good bill though, man. Thank everybody for coming through. Y'all got anything y'all want to close out with before we go?
No, man, I just want to say, man, lie make it halfway around the world before the truth get out of bed and get his pants on. So peace.